Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku had a solo leveling quirk? Part 1. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Age of Izuku. 6. Your son, regrettably, will never have a quirk. The words that ruined him. He didn't want to believe them, even though he understood what they meant. Could he? He wanted to be a hero before he could even speak, but to be told that he would never be one. He walked home feeling more defeated and alone than usual when he heard shouting coming from the creek as he passed the park. Was Kacchan there? His guess was right as he crept toward the tree line and peered through. A child with horns was being bullied by Kacchan and his henchmen. He chose to take charge because he is who he is. A few things remained constant. After he had his fun, Kacchan left him in a heap and beat him down once more without hesitation. The other child, at least, escaped. He began walking home after pausing to get up and reorient his dazed head to the outside world. He passed the tree line and headed back toward the main sidewalk, checking himself for cuts and bruises. I found you, I found you, I found you, I can't believe I found you. He cried as he heard rustling from the trees and was abruptly lifted up by a pair of arms. He turned around, forcing himself not to scream, and saw someone he had only ever seen on TV and in videos. The absorbent girl, the vigilante. She was wearing a skin-tight bodysuit, a mask, and was dressed in a rainbow-like swirl of colors that were thrown up on her head. She was obviously not cut out for stealth, even if she was a vigilante. He began struggling to get away after recognizing her and realizing who she was, but the woman had steely arms. What gives her strength? Ah, poor Zuko, you got hurt. Here, let me help. Heal. Despite his struggles, he felt the bruises and scrapes go away as a gentle white light surrounded him. He began to yell, but she spoke once more. Hush you, calm emotions. This time, he noticed a green light, and the urge to flee faded as his mind began to clear. Why was he attempting to flee her? She has only ever dealt with villains who were causing a lot of harm in the long run. He wasn't mean or even a villain. He waited for his response and got a big smile and a very funny laugh. How do you know my name? Also, where are those lights coming from? I thought your power was absorbing knowledge and powers for later use. He asked. Even though her hands were busy, he could still hear the air quotes. Of course you would know about me, even if I'm not a hero like All Might, I'm still a hero, right? My power is much more complicated than that. I only say that to people so that they'd leave me alone about it. She whispered in a low voice, can't have villains knowing all my secrets now, can I? Following some consideration, Izuku nodded and said, yeah, that makes sense, but you still didn't answer my first question. After putting him on his feet and bending down to his level, she prodded his chest with her index finger and said, I have a secret that allows me to know a lot about certain people. One of those people is you. Her smile made him think. The only problem is that I didn't know where to find you. She pouts a little, so I spent the last few years going to every park waiting for you to appear and you finally did. She says. He tilted his head slightly and said, wait, why not just look up Mom in a phone book? She removes her mask and hood to reveal her face, which is very pale and freckled like his, and her smile wavers a little as she says, somewhat ashamed, I can't read Japanese. She also had bright red hair and very deep green eyes. As she whispered, my real quirk is gamer. Now you can't tell anyone that, okay? Izuku's eyes widened at the mention of a new quirk. You may call me Cat. My public quirk is quirk absorption. Her smile appeared to widen. What could such a quirk accomplish? Izuku nodded against Cat's finger as she covered his mouth and said, what does it? No questions, alright. Alright Zuko, I have a question for you, do you want to be a hero? He smiled. Another nod. Do you want to help people? After tilting his head in response to the question, Izuku said, then I ask you, will you be my heir when the time comes? The question was displayed in a blue box before him. The individual who goes by Cat has offered you her power if she makes it past the veil. Do you agree? Izuku looked her in the eye with a little bewilderment and nodded, yes. Go ahead Zuko, there is no trickery here, click yes, nod your head, or say yes. There was a new box. Well done. The gamer quirk has been passed down to you. The consequences of this are unknown at the moment and will become clear in due course. What d? Sleep? Izuku instantly sagged into her embrace. Sorry little Zuko, no questions. Memory warp. Izuku's unconscious body was surrounded by a dim green light, and Cat's blue box materialized. Please list the memories you wish to transform and what they are. Erase all memories of Cat and alter the last 5 minutes into a memory of him being hurt and fainting. Want to include a release condition? Yes, when he hears my true name associated with Absorbent Girl, after my death. A condition was added. Locked and altered memory. Sorry bud, but I'm not quite ready to die or to be known just yet, Cat said, glancing down at Izuku in her arms. She cast hidden meaning into his bag while slipping a notebook inside. With the exception of one line on the cover, for when you meet All Might, the notebook went completely blank. She put him back on a nearby bench, cast Waking Dream, and turned to leave while reapplying her mask. After 8 years, Izuku gazed at the trash-filled beach that would soon turn into his own hell. He was left with his new training regimen after All Might had already departed. He had already perused it and knew that by the end of the first day, his body would be a pudding. As he was returning home and rereading the book to commit it to memory, he was confronted by a bright blue box that made him jump back, trip over his feet, and land on his ass. Oh well, a small price to pay to become a hero. He opened his eyes with a moan, the box floating in the center of his field of vision. Conditions fulfilled. Thankfully or sadly, the transference process is now complete. Greetings from the gamer Quirk, version 2.0. The first thing we advise is to say, stats. For want of a better word, Izuku was completely perplexed. He extended his hand and swiped at it. Without even making the box move or ripple, his hand passed right through it. He said, stats, because he had no other ideas. This time, there was a new box, much bigger, with his name on it. Name: Midoriya Izuku, 14 years old, level 1. Oddities: locked inherited, gamers given. Health: 100 100ths. Mana: 100 100ths. 100 100 stamina. STR: 10. Cons: 10. Dex: 10. Agi: 10. Int: 10. Wis: 10. Cha: 10. Res: 10. Good fortune: 10. Points: 0. Benefits: none. Qualities: none. You can choose a stat later on at your convenience if you want more details on it. Say, upgrades, to proceed with the tutorial. Most of these statistics made sense to Izuku. He had previously played a lot of RPGs. Constitution was the amount of damage you could take in your overall life, while strength was how hard you hit and how much you could carry. He couldn't understand the difference between agility and dexterity. The box would not allow him to choose them. I guess I'll have to check later. Intelligence and wisdom were linked to mana. He had never seen that in a video game before, and charisma was lying and talking. He also had no idea what res was. The only time he had ever seen it in a video game was for loot drops, but of course, luck was luck. But since enemies don't vanish into pixels and this was real life, what use would luck serve? He was about to say, upgrades, when a shadow passed over him. You okay, kid? It dawned on him then that he was lying on the sidewalk. To others, he was merely gazing up at the sky. He scurried to his feet, apologized to the man for causing him any concern, and hurried home the remainder of the way while carrying the box. He smelled food coming from the kitchen as he walked through his front door. Hi Mom, he called as he hurried the remaining distance to his room. His mother called out to him again before he could shut the door. Hi honey, dinner will be ready in about an hour. He acknowledged, shut the door, tossed his belongings on his desk chair, and took a seat on his bed. Upgrades. 3 choices were shown in a new box. Advantages, features, distractions. To continue, please say perks. Perks. A new box with a drop-down menu with numerous choices appeared. However, a large number of them were filled with and grayed out. Perk points can be used to unlock perks, which are magical and supernatural upgrades. Gamer's mind and gamer's body are automatically unlocked as the player. To learn more, please select them below, then select qualities to proceed. He read the descriptions for them, first choosing gamer's mind, then gamer's body. Level of the gamer's mind, max. Since you are the gamer, you have no time to panic because you can reason through any situation, no matter how you feel. Additionally, you are impervious to practically all psychological impacts. Level of the gamer's body, max. Unless you are hurt, your body is always in excellent condition. Viruses and diseases cannot infect you. With enough sleep, You can also heal damaged body parts and regain lost health. But exercise extreme caution, or you will perish if your health completely collapses. I can replace lost body parts by sleeping, Izuku said, blinking. How would you even tell someone that? He made the decision to carry on with the tutorial and later review the additional benefits, identified as qualities. If perks are magical and supernatural, then qualities are the physical side. You can have one quality of your choosing as a gamer, and you can have another quality of who you are. Quality was added behind the eyes. The tutorial ends with the option for you to choose one quality. To elaborate, quirks. Behind the eyes XP, 0.00% LVL, 1. One of your best qualities is your mind, which can think more quickly and do calculations and other tasks. Develop this trait so that you can eventually outperform or even surpass a supercomputer in speed. For every level of BTE, raise int by 2%. Izuku, dinner. His mother's voice sounded, and he jumped. That is, how in the world would you raise something like that? Mental calculation. He got up, shut the boxes, and went to supper. That evening, Izuku and his mother made the decision to watch the news while seated on the couch. It's not common, but after Izuku revealed what had happened today, they made the embarrassing decision to see if he would be on TV. Until he learned more, he had made the decision to keep the gamer a secret. Today, in the middle of the marketplace, a young student was taken hostage by a villain while the newscaster's eyes widened as she read the paper that someone had run on stage and handed her. She paused to say, "Breaking news. Viewer discretion is advised." Presumably to allow parents to switch the channel. The vigilante known as Absorbent Girl has been found dead at the hands of an unknown villain. Earlier in the evening, a group of officers responded to a noise complaint coming from a warehouse and discovered the mutilated corpse. Upon running diagnostics, it is now known that Absorbent Girl's true name is Catherine Hale, an immigrant from the United States. She leaves behind a husband and 2 children who are now under protective custody. We were unable to get any word from them. We will have more information within the hour, please stay tuned. Izuku had the worst headache he had ever had as the TV cut to a commercial, but it passed quickly. He recalled her. "Mom, I think I knew her." "How?" Inko asked, glancing sideways at her son with some concern. "I think she was the one that gave me that notebook. The one that said, 'For when you meet All Might.' Do you remember where it is?" Thinking aloud while placing a finger to her chin. "Probably in the box of your kid stuff. I never threw any of your hero stuff out, so probably in there. We can look for it after dinner. But why did she give it to you?" When she slipped it in, Izuku remembered the park, but he honestly had no idea. She was familiar not only with his name but also with his identity. When they first met, he also had the impression that she knew she would die. He chose to keep the gamer Quirk a secret by telling a white lie. "I think she just wanted to cheer me up. After I got into a scuffle with Kachin a while back, she found me in the park and healed me. She gave me the notebook and told me to get it signed for her." Inko grinned. "She sounded like a nice lady. Sad to know she's gone now though. I feel bad for her kids, to not have a mom anymore. I wonder how they're coping." A notification appeared. A new ability was developed. Level of lying. 1 XP, 0.5%. Sometimes you have to tell a lie, whether it's a white lie or a lie for your life. Gaining proficiency in this ability might even enable you to deceive a god of truth. The likelihood of lies succeeding is 1%. Izuku felt bad about lying, but after he realized everything, he made the decision to tell the truth. They kept watching TV, and eventually they saw him save Kachin from the sludge villain. His mother scolded him for hurrying in and gave him a hug for staying safe when the video finally ended and All Might appeared. Following dinner, Izuku and his mother searched through all of the hero materials from the previous 10 years in order to locate the notebook. This was easier said than done because he had written about all the heroes he had seen on TV or in videos since he was a little child. His mother was helpful, but she was occasionally stopped when she came across something that brought tears to her eyes as she thought of her young son. After 20 minutes and 3 boxes later, his mother discovered it. They repacked everything and made some minor organizational changes for the future. A prompt appeared when he picked up the notebook. "A locked object has been encountered by you. A password is needed to unlock this spell-locked object." What might be the password? When he opened the notebook, he saw that all of the pages were blank and only the cover was written. He meticulously traced All Might's signature onto the cover, saying, "For when you meet All Might." Maybe. A new ability was developed. LVL. 4 Document Forging XP, 0.40%. Learn the flicks and daps of an original to even confound the owner. A signature is only the beginning. This ability has the power to either start or end a war. 4% of forged documents are believed to be authentic. Izuku only briefly practiced All Might's signature because he couldn't help but flush. Definitely not worth 4 levels. The item has been unlocked. Izuku gazed in awe at the book. The title, The Gamer Files, took the place of the words that were on the cover. Want to include the Gamer Files in your collection? Is it true or false? Yes, he asked with an arched eyebrow as a yellow light filled the book. The book was dissolved as it dissipated, and a new box emerged. Want to see your most recent document? Yes, a new box opened with the cover visible, and a little instruction manual materialized. To see the next page, swipe with one finger. To zoom in and out, use 2 fingers. Alright, pretty basic. He settled into his bed and started reading. First chapter. Secret or no secret. With the gamer Quirk, you can defend yourself against nearly anything after gaining a lot of experience and levels. With the exception of your parents and those who are well acquainted with your innate peculiarity, you might want to keep it a secret from everyone. It might be simpler to claim that you unlocked more abilities through practice and hard work if you have several quirks. Although you have the choice, it is advised that you keep it a secret because doing so will make you a prime target. In the notebook, a sticky note. Since your mother is aware of almost everything about you, Zuku, I would advise you to tell her about All Might, who was giving you his quirk, knowing that you had never had one before, and perhaps nothing else. To become number 1, you will have to overcome many obstacles, but I have faith in your ability. Plus Ultra. Cat. Izuku chose to follow the advice and told his mother, who, to be honest, took it quite well. She was only slightly alarmed by a vigilante erasing his memory. He made the decision to finish the tutorial and select his quality during the time before bed. Upgrades. The 3 options were displayed in the blue box. Qualities. This time, there was no tutorial to go along with the new box. Qualities. 1 quality is offered. There are 21 options for you. The power of the hero. Super strength has been the first power thought of since the beginning of the heroic era. Boost STR by 2% for each hero strength level. Steel gut. Being able to take a hit is not the same as knowing how to. For every steel gut level, increase con by 2%. Observe the hands. Even a skilled scammer is aware that you require fast hands. For every watch the hands level, increase dex by 2%. Nimble arts. You can even get cats to follow your advice. Boost Agi by 2% for each nimble arts level. From behind the eyes achieved. The Sage of Heroes. Everyone needs someone to confide in, even heroes. For every Sage of Heroes level, increase Whis by 2%. The Golden Voice. As long as you are engaging, people will pay attention when you speak. For every Golden Voice level, raise Cha by 2%. Unwavering Hero. Remain strong, don't back down, and don't bow to anyone. For every Steadfast Hero level, raise Res by 2%. A Rainbow's Drop. You'd be a blessing to 4-leaf clovers. For every drop of a rainbow level, increase your luck by 2%. Photographic Recollection. Get entry to the archive. An assortment of recollections based on your life. Directionally Lost. Get access to 3 skills related to wayfinding in survival. The Malleability of Muscles. Exercise makes it 25% easier to earn bonus stat points. Gymnastics of the Mind. Gaining bonus stat points through mental exercises is 25% simpler. Ambidextrous. Acquire the ability to freely use your non-dominant hand. Bones made of steel. The density of your bones increases tenfold. Rubber joints. Before they tear, your tendons can stretch and withstand more strain. Can be taken twice. Insomniac. 2 hours less time was needed to sleep. Until the final breath. You can drop below 0 once a week, which is equivalent to 25% of your total HP. Lifespan. Extend life by 25%. Hold on tight. For 5 seconds, raise STR, Con, and Res by 20%. Flowing Grace. For 5 seconds, raise Dex and Agi by 20%. Overdrive in the Mind. For 5 seconds, raise Int and Whis by 20%. Gamer. Make a smart choice. Izuku was astounded by the abundance of excellent options, even if he could only select one. He was eager to unlock a perk if these were the tangible aspects of upgrades. Which should he pick now? For his next training from hell, muscle malleability would be great, but photographic memory also sounded intriguing. However, the greatest immediate gains were seen in muscle malleability. So he chose it. Quality is now unlocked. Maximum muscle malleability. Your body is aware of both gains and pains. Increase by 25% the bonus stat points earned from exercise. Quality points left. 0. Quirks. Izuku wouldn't be telling the truth if he claimed that this wasn't the part he was most excited about. For practically all heroes, vigilantes, and villains, quirks are essential. You have the gamer quirk, of course, but what else are you capable of? Quirk upgrades, in contrast to earlier upgrades, are determined by your personal level or the level of the quirk in question. Observe, you automatically get the upgrade as the gamer. Skill unlocked. Level 1 XP. 0.00% is observed. You can view statistics and potentially hidden information about people or objects with this skill. Name, age, and level were disclosed. That's helpful. What level does All Might have, I wonder? Quirks. Are you a gamer? Secured. Upgrades for gamers. According to individual level. Level 1 unlocked, pay attention. Level 15. Celebration. Level 30. Course. Path at level 45. Level 60. Career. Level 75. Level 90. Level 100. Sealed. Level 0. You must sacrifice all of your XP and reach level 20 in order to unlock this quirk. After making the sacrifice, your level will be level 1, but all of your bonus stat points, abilities, benefits, and attributes will stay the same. He was unable to choose them, but he was able to infer what gamers' upgrades were. The locked quirk greatly piqued his interest. Perhaps it was the quirk he would have had if he had one, but he clearly didn't have one himself. I really need to figure out how to grind experience. I'd really like to know what the quirk is, but I think that's a lot of experience to forfeit all at once. Oh well. There was no way to grind outside because it was already 11 o'clock. It was possible to grind non-physical stats. Wisdom is the ability to predict the results of possibilities, whereas intelligence is the ability to identify them. He didn't really know how to level it other than talking, and charisma was just talking. That was ruled out since he didn't have many friends. He discovered that resilience, or resiliency, meant overcoming pain and death, standing your ground, and battling fear. That was out of the question. For luck, gambling was the only viable option that came to mind, but since he was only 14, that was out of the question. First, intelligence. He logged on to his computer and began searching for free online courses. How to code. That sounds intriguing. The following morning, Izuku woke up at 8 a.m., which was later than usual but still early enough for his mother to wake him. He was rewarded with a new skill in addition to bonus stat points for spending 2 hours last night learning how to code. A new ability has been unlocked. Level of coding. 7 XP, 32.68%. These days, coding can take you in a variety of directions, from the rudimentary robotics to space-traveling machines. You have access to the future. Languages used for coding. Python. 72% finished. Java. 33% finished. You have 4 bonus stat points to int, as a result of your intense learning. Additionally, you received 2 points from Res for persevering and resolving your headache. Halfway through, the coding began to give him a headache, but he was too happy to stop working because he had already gained 2 stat points to int. However, he had to stop because he had a half hour to train with All Might. He headed to Dagoba Beach after changing, getting a bite to eat, and bidding his mother farewell. It's still the same pile of rubbish as it was yesterday. Young Midoriya, over here. Izuku began searching through the rubbish heap and discovered All Might's skeletal form. Despite his continued incredulity that this was All Might's actual form, he had the utmost respect for the man. He muttered, "Observe," as he examined All Might's fundamental statistics. Name: Yagi Toshinori, 53 years old. Level: note that you came across someone whose stats and level are significantly higher than yours. To disclose more details about them, level up. How powerful is he? Izuku hadn't had a chance to witness another hero, so he was shocked but not surprised. Hello, Mr. Yagi. Izuku was anxious. He could see the tension in All Might as his eyes widened and he said, I have something to tell you. I have a quirk now. His tone was one of surprise rather than accusation or incredulity. How is that possible? Were you lying before? He asked. He looked up at his teacher and noticed an expression of amazement on his face. No, when I was 6, a woman approached me and she said her name was Kat. She was absorbent girl. She died last night. You heard about that, didn't you? He asked. Izuku, your mission, if you choose to accept, is to get into UA as the #1 student, and to become able to wield my power in your own name. A brand new quest. The new bearer of the torch. Do you agree? Izuku trailed off, staring at his hero with wide eyes. How did you? All Might took a seat atop a metal cabinet and got started. About 9 years ago, I met a woman on patrol who attacked me and almost knocked me down. I almost killed her, but she claimed to know the truth, and I was shocked and furious that a villain, knew my secret. I was about to knock her out when she said she would help me with something, but before you ask, I won't tell you yet. We became friends, and after a few missions together, she gave me a notebook, of which I could only read the first page. I was able to pass on her power, and I should say that sentence when I found my successor. After she gave it to me, she vanished, and every time I tried to find her, she slipped away. After I saw the news broadcast, I looked for the notebook and found it in a small box where I kept everything I got from her, but I didn't bring them today. I honestly thought she was a little crazy, so I tried to forget about it. Last night, I got a call from a police contact, and he informed me that the villain who caused my injury was responsible for her death. I believe she attempted to fight him. A brand new quest. Her lines first. Do you agree? Izuku was fortunate to have sat down before this happened because he might have collapsed to his knees. Sir, did she tell you anything about her quirk? No, she always said she wasn't using her full potential when fighting with me, but her addition of her quirk wasn't powerful enough to defeat the greatest of the villains, only stand her ground. I assume you know something about that. He replied, it's called gamer. It turns myself and anything I interact with into a video game. When I received it, it said it was version 2.0, I assume she had version 1.0. All Might gave a contemplative nod. I see, that would explain a few things, but it doesn't explain how she was able to use different powers, and I'm afraid I don't know a lot about video games, so I'm unable to think of your potential. I think if I train hard and a lot, my stats will increase steadily, making attaining the requirements for One for All much easier. I also can't get fatigued, and as long as I'm not hurt I apparently don't need to sleep. With his mouth hanging open, All Might asked, you're not kidding, are you? Izuku nodded. Along with me pretty much turning into a game character, I get upgrades to my being. 2 of the free ones I received were Gamer's Body and Gamer's Mind. Gamer's Body gives me unnatural endurance, and Gamer's Mind turns my emotions off when I'm overwhelmed and makes my mind a brick wall to mind readers and mental manipulation. Not many heroes or villains have quirks based on mental manipulation, which just makes you stronger, as most people are very susceptible to them. As for your endurance, this changes everything. He developed a face that was extremely analytical. After 2 weeks, the notebook that All Might had given him was another locked item, but so far, nothing he had tried had worked. All Might said exactly what was written on the first page, which was the only note. No clear hint in the message, no clue like his own. For now, however, the notebook was a dead end. He had been training with All Might for the past 2 weeks, and as he accumulated a consistent number of points, his training became easier. With the exception of the very large items, the majority of the larger items had been moved away, and the beach was halfway cleared. But really, who abandons a car on the shore? He made the decision to start the day by looking at his statistics as he walked to the beach. Name: Midoriya Izuku, 14 years old, level 1. Oddities: locked, inherited. Gamers given 500 500s for health. Mana: 200 200s. 650 650th stamina. STR: 54. Cons: 56. Dex: 46. Agi: 42. Int: 22. Wis: 20. Cha: 10. Res: 65. Good fortune: 10 points. 0 benefits. The mind of a gamer. The body of a gamer. Characteristics: behind the scenes. The malleability of muscles. His statistics were improving nicely. Even so, his physical stats were getting close to the point where he was only gaining 1 point every 3 training days. Because he only had 2 to 3 hours a night to devote to them, his mental stats were slow, but his resilience had increased dramatically as a result of the mind-numbing training. It was well worth it, even though he couldn't claim to be enjoying himself. When he arrived at the beach, he saw All Might, as slender as ever, drinking coffee to ward off the morning cold. Waving, he said, "Mr. Yagi. Young Midoriya, how are you today?" All Might asked with a smile as he looked up. He sat down beside him and replied, "Good, I feel like I can actually be a hero, but there is something I want to ask you." "Yes, I need to earn experience from missions, and I want to try and hit level 20 as soon as possible." "Why is that?" I sigh. "Gamer says I have a locked quirk that I inherited, and I really want to try and get it before UA starts so I have time to practice with it." In agreement with the notion, All Might nodded, saying, "I can see merit in that, but I don't know how I can assist you with that." He accidentally discovered the quest box one day and said, "Actually, I got a quest you might be able to help with. It's about Cat. It says find out who Cat was as a person and a hero, and gives me a hint, find the person who knew the most about her." "Well, probably her husband, but her family is under protective custody," he said, placing his hand to his chin. "What do you think I could do?" he asked, looking at Izuku. Izuku, who thought the ground was fascinating, flushed with shame. Maybe All Might could personally offer condolences to his friend's family, and maybe he could bring along a fan who wishes to thank them. The Mighty replied, "Maybe, but I could face a lot of backlash from that. I'll ask but no promises, and I think it's time for you to start working." "Yes sir, and thank you." After 2 weeks. While waiting for Cat's family to arrive, Izuku and All Might sat at a table in a conference room located in the center of a police station. Izuku nervously asked, "Is it bad I'm nervous?" "Not at all," said All Might, giving him a pat on the head. "Just try to calm down a little though." When the door opened, Izuku nodded and began to inhale deeply. A man, about 180 centimeters in height, a young girl, and a teenage girl about his age were the first to enter. Running up to All Might's chair, the little girl with the multicolored hair began to talk endlessly about the number one hero. The teenager sat down and leaned back, his hair very dark black. Izuku became agitated as she began to glare daggers at him. "Stop that," her father said in a deep voice as he approached her from behind and gave her a gentle slap on the back of her head. "You know your mother would want you to be nice." The girl appeared to be subdued by that, but she continued to glare at Izuku. "Nice to meet you All Might, and I believe your name is Izuku." "How did you know my name?" The man took a seat. He placed his hand on his daughter's shoulder and said, "She also knows and isn't very happy about it. My wife told me all about you and that you might want to meet me one day." She crossed her arms and said, "Why did Mom want him to have her power? It's not like I couldn't use it." I sigh. Izuku double-talked, wondering how old this girl was. "We've been over this, Siren. Your mom gave him the power before you were born." Izuku looked over and saw that the little girl was beginning to shine in a variety of colors and was becoming brighter and brighter. Excuse me, but could you calm down a little, miss?" he asked. "Akito, come here please," she exclaims, "but it's All Might. Now." "But, no, come here." She stomped over to her father, crossed her arms, and said, "Fine." He lifted her and placed her on his lap. The man put his hands around his daughter and gazed expectantly at All Might and Izuku, asking, "Now what can I answer for you?" All Might put his hands together and turned to face the man. "Mr. Hale, I'm curious to know how your wife knew what she did and why she never did anything with it," he asked. "Unfortunately, I don't know half of what she knew and she never told me. I apologize, I'm not much help there, even my daughter Siren doesn't know. Catherine kept her secrets under lock and key." "It's all right, I was just curious, it's not a major concern." "Izuku, my boy, go ahead." The words, yeah, why did she choose me?" made Izuku jump a little in his seat. Mr. Hale grinned and tightened his grip on his daughter. She always said one of the greatest heroes to walk this planet had yet to be recognized, and it would be a child who would throw themselves into any situation to help someone without thinking. She had her own reasons for choosing you, but I'm afraid that was one of her other secrets. I apologize." All Might essentially stated that when he proposed one for all. "No, that's more than enough, thank you. My next question is, who was she?" "Her name was Catherine Hale. When she entered a hero academy in the USA, she dropped out and turned into a vigilante. She said something about the greatest evils don't deserve to live. She never killed from what I know. She just didn't agree with locking up the most depraved of villains." Siren spoke up and with a stern expression told her dad, "Mom never killed, she only had her eyes on a handful of people that she deemed unfit for life. Mr. Might knows who one of them is, and try as she might, she fell to that person. The only other I know of was out of her reach, whatever that means. In her late teens she somehow learned of you and various other things, she never said how. This is just a guess, but I think she gained a premonition quirk that she never talked about. That leads to my last question, how did she gain other quirks? Siren covered her mouth and gave her younger sister a stern look. Oh, I know this one, Akito cried. She was born with a quirk-stealing quirk that I forgot the name of and used gamer to make it into. She turned to Izuku and smirked, saying, don't you dare say anything about that. If he wants the book he has to join me on an adventure in my world. Do you accept this mission? A brand new quest, in return for an adventure in her world, Siren, daughter of the first, has offered you a book. Do you agree? Izuku glanced at Siren and blinked at the box before nodding, I accept. Akito finally opened her mouth to yell, that's not fair, that's not what Mom wanted. As Siren's smile only got wider. She crossed her arms and leaned back once more, saying, who cares, she gave me the book and I say he needs to do this, it's not like he can use it as a level 1 anyway. Wait, how do you know my level? Izuku questioned in disbelief. She shot Izuku a sardonic glance and said, we're her kids, do you honestly think we wouldn't have some part of the gamer in us? That makes sense. Wait, what's your level? Take a look. Observe. Name. Siren Hale. Age. Level. Note that you came across someone whose stats and level are significantly higher than yours. To disclose more details about them, level up. Siren grinned and said, oh yeah, you're too weak. Akito said, meanie, you can look at my level. Observe. Name. Hale Akito. 6 years old. Level. 17. Oddities. And. Health. Mana. Stamina. STR. Con. Dex. Agi. Int. Wis. Cha. Res. Good fortune. Catherine Hale's second daughter is a little girl named Akito. The best can take your soul, so beware of their power. Why are there so many question marks? Also, what's with the sentence at the bottom? What level is your observe? Level 1. How many times have you used it? After noticing that he had only used it 3 times, Izuku said, 3. She got up, stretched, and turned to ask, then use it on Dad and it should level up, but to answer your question, your observe is too low level to view stats. As for the sentence, it's a warning, it becomes more clear and detailed the higher level you are and the higher level observe is. You ready? Izuku turned to face All Might, who had so far remained silent and merely watched with curiosity. His teacher simply nodded and shrugged. Yeah sure, just one thing. Observe. Name. Tanaka Hideki, 36 years old, level. Note that you came across someone whose stats and level are significantly higher than yours. To disclose more details about them, level up. Note that observe has advanced to level 2. Level of observation. 2 XP, 0%. You can view statistics and potentially hidden information about people and objects with this skill. Name, age, level, and statistics were disclosed. Izuku got up and walked over to Siren, saying, okay, ready. Leaping from her father's lap, Akito began urging her sister to accompany her. Dad, it's up to you. Hideki sighed as he glanced between his daughters. Fine, but keep her safe, say, and be back in 10 minutes. Siren casually waved her hand at her dad. She snapped her fingers, and a black portal materialized beside her. Yeah, not like I would ever let anything happen to her. Let's go. They then proceeded through the portal. All gamers rely heavily on statistics, which serve as a yardstick for the best heroes and villains. Stats are everything to gamers. The sum of your physical power is determined by your strength. Together with resilience, constitution equals your total stamina, which is equal to con x5 plus res x5. Constitution also includes your total hit points. Agility determines your ability to dodge, whereas dexterity determines whether an attack hits. Your total mana pool is determined by both intelligence and wisdom. Intelligence equals the power of most spells, while wisdom determines how long spells or effects last. Int x5 plus wis x10. All social-based skills are determined by charisma. The strength of your cha-based skills is determined solely by your resilience. Luck 10%, which is added to all stats rounded down, is a universal skill that aids all other skills. Each level grants 5 bonus stat points. A sticky note is attached. Zuku, do not use your bonus stat points just yet if you are able to level up early. Gaining stat increases is relatively simple, as you have undoubtedly observed, but your rate of gain is significantly reduced as you approach higher levels and specific thresholds. As the final person to enter the portal, Izuku was met with what he could only describe as a nightmare world. The ground in front of him was 30 feet of bare black rock before it fell off into an unknown area, and the horizon was non-existent due to an endless black mist. The sole source of light was a blue sun, which seemed to heighten the atmosphere of foreboding. It's called the shadowscape. Mom named it, and as Akito said, Mom was born with the quirk absorption. She sometime before coming to Japan found someone with the quirk that took them to this place randomly and had to survive until they were brought back. Mom only ever permanently took 4 quirks in her life. The ability to travel here was one of them. Before I was born she tried mapping this place out and it seems to go on forever. She walked over to the edge and looked the horizon. Grinning, Akito leapt up to Izuku. She turned to her sister and said, Mom farmed here for most of her off time. Time here goes super slow or super fast depending on where you go. So are you going to give him a map or are you going to be a butthead about that too? Siren pulled a scroll from her pocket while glaring at her younger sister. How on earth was that able to fit in her pocket? The actual scroll measured 3 feet in length and roughly 4 inches in thickness. She threw it to Izuku, who caught it despite its weight with hardly any fumbling. Use observe on it. With a slight nod. Observe. A minimap has been presented to you. Would you like to include the minimap in your collection of maps? After a second, Izuku clicked, yes, and the scroll broke up into tiny pieces that ate up his vision. He suppressed his cry of alarm, believing that Akito wouldn't allow her sister to permanently disable him. He was given a blue text box after what seemed like minutes. Minimap has been added. Would you like the map to be enabled? When he chose, yes, once more, his mind was flooded with images of climbing canyons, discovering abandoned ruins, forests of monsters that spoke your worst fears, and dark abysses that reverberated with the rumblings of creatures so big you should be able to see them. Then the visions dimmed and he found himself staring toward the horizon, which was now much farther away but still blurry. What was that? When he turned to face the sisters, Akito smiled and said, Mom made the map, and everything you saw was her adventures through here, at least to the point when she made the map. Siren pulled something out of her pocket once more, and this time it was a large amount of rope. How are you doing that? Inquired Izuku inquisitively. Taking out a metal pike, Siren began driving it into the ground with her bare hand while grinning at him. Make it a day without almost dying and I'll tell you. How strong is she, I wonder? She got up, took out a pair of gloves, and threw them to him. Put those on, I'll take my sister down and we'll wait for you at the bottom. Her sister fell over the edge as Akito ran to her. Izuku yelled in panic and rushed over to look down. He witnessed the sister plummeting toward the bottom, which was only 300 meters below the surface. A portal opened on the floor beneath them just as they were about to hit the bottom, and they vanished. When a second portal opened and flung them upward, losing speed and momentum, they reappeared. Akito excitedly waved to Izuku as they touched down, but they were too far below to hear him. He sighed, pulled on the gloves, and glanced at the rope hanging over the edge. Returning to Earth, All Might said, Sue, where did they go? Hideki sighed as he saw the portal close. He added hastily, observing the widening of All Might's eyes, more than likely a place called the Shadowscape. Never been there myself but my wife told me stories about it. Dangerous and endless. They'll be fine. Siren is more than capable of protecting herself, her sister, and Izuku. If you don't mind me asking, what are their quirks? All Might coughed into his hand. Not at all. Akito's quirk is absorption, and Siren's is called dimensional travel. They also both share the quirk Gamer Light. 2 quirks. While that's not unheard of, it's quite rare. And for you to have 2 kids like that, it's amazing. The 2-time father chuckled. Trust me, there was nothing natural about it. After my wife gave birth to Siren, she was given a prompt that stated she got to choose a quirk at the birth. She gave both of her kids some of her strongest abilities. Gamer Light was the quirk they were born with, which by itself is amazing but not as strong as Gamer. Siren was given dimensional travel, which essentially makes her immortal as long as she doesn't get killed. When Akito was born, Kat tried to give her the same thing but was unable to, as the prompt stated that a quirk is not able to be selected twice. So Akito was given my wife's quirk absorption. What's the difference between Gamer and Light? Light doesn't allow the ability to learn everything like Gamer does. It also doesn't allow the person to select upgrades at level up or to level up the quirk itself. Gamer allows you to do all that and then some. From what my daughters have told me, each skill they have has a percentage of how easy a skill is to learn. While some or most skills have 65 to 75%, certain skills are apparently locked as they have zero affinity to that skill. Gamer doesn't have this, as it allows the user to learn any skill at 100%. All Might thought and nodded. What are the weaknesses of Gamer? My wife said a hero called Eraserhead was able to cancel all quirks she had, but the stat increases and points spent beforehand with Gamer don't disappear. If Gamer is the only reason you have access to something, then a quirk like his would be able to negate all those skills and abilities. Other than completely erasing the quirk, outlasting the Gamer in a contest of endurance will do it. Unlike you and I, who when it comes down to a last stand, are able to pull on adrenaline and willpower to keep fighting past our bodily limits, Izuku can't. When he's out of stamina, he's out and will pass out. How would he increase his stamina then? All Might asked, his eyes widening. Constitution and resilience increase stamina, so I would focus on leveling those. Returning to Shadowscape, at the moment, they were traversing rocky terrain on their way to what Izuku thought was the forest in his vision. Where are we going? Siren responded without pausing or turning. Forest of Despair and Nightmares. As he walked beside him, Akito spoke. Izuku was not reassured by her smile. Mom used the forest to increase her res. Yours is kind of low, so we're going to try and get it up. Izuku wanted to distract himself from the approaching forest, so he asked, what can you tell me of your mom? She was super nice. While she didn't want to be a hero, she couldn't be a villain either, because her natural attitude toward life was to be nice to everyone, as long as you didn't harm other people. As she spoke, Izuku had to look forward and saw Siren's fist clench and release several times. He glanced at Aki and said, I wonder what's on her mind. Izuku smiled as he said, another question. You are remarkably talkative and articulate for a 6-year-old. Are you sure you're 6? Akito laughed. As she finished, she stuck her tongue out and rushed forward to join her sister, saying, Siren says you have to survive a day to get the answer, so you have to wait. Izuku let out a sigh. Why does it feel like I'm about to pass away? After an hour, Izuku and the girls were standing in front of a huge forest with a path running directly through it. Siren looked over at Izuku. With puffy cheeks, the young girl approached her sister and started whispering and yelling at her, saying, your mission is to get to the other side no matter what it takes. We'll be on the other side waiting for you. Come on, Akito. Siren straightened her back and spoke after a few seconds of back and forth. I am going to begrudgingly tell you a few things to help put your mind at ease. 1. Don't worry about monsters, they don't live on this level of the shadowscape. 2. Give any holes in the ground a wide berth, as you won't be able to tell how deep they are, and if you fall in one, who knows how many levels you fall down. 3. If you do happen to collapse, I will know and will teleport you out, okay? Izuku sighed. Happy now, you little she-devil. In response, Akito made a face and stuck out her tongue. As they passed through a portal, she waved Izuku off. As he turned to face the forest entrance, he noticed something moving through the trees. Shade. Monsters don't live here, he thought, feeling a shiver through his body. He started forward, steeling his nerves. Inside, out. Inside, out. You can do this. His body froze the moment he stepped into the forest, and a box materialized. A dungeon is about to be entered. Training arena. Nightmare and Despair Forest. As long as they meet the requirements, participants can increase their res to 100. Requirement. Complete the other side before the allotted time runs out. 1 a.m. Would you like to go in? He unfrozen his body and selected yes. He inhaled and began to move forward, only to be met with a prompt. The following status effect has been eliminated by Gamer's mind. Depression's whispers. Well, it's helpful. Siren, so why are you being so mean to him? Mom died and gave the greatest power imaginable to some kid who she didn't even know. Why should I be nice to him? But Mom said she did know him, her sister said, glancing down at her together. I'm sad she's gone too, you didn't have the right to leave me alone when she died. She spoke quietly while putting her arms crossed and turning her head away. I told you to come with me, you didn't need to stay behind. Akito's tone hardened as he said, and leave Dad alone. It affected him more than either of us, and you want to leave him alone. She refused to look back, saying, he's an adult, he would have been fine. At this point, Akito was standing there shouting at her sister, and you spending years in this damned place was what? Helpful to you? You haven't spoken to me or Dad since you got back. She turned to look into her sister's red-rimmed eyes. What's there to say to people who act like what mom did was fine? It was what she wanted. Who wants to die? She didn't need to face that villain. Curling her legs into her chest, Akito sat back down and said, "You saw the prompt in her health bar just the same as I did. How was she able to forget? Seeing your mother's health deteriorate to 0 and being prompted with the words, 'I love you both.' I attempted, but failed, to assist the world before it realized how much it needed it. When her health started to deteriorate, she attempted to teleport to her mother, but she had created a locked pocket dimension to battle the villain in. I'm sorry, and I love you." Due to a quirk that effectively made the user and their friends immortal, she was unable to assist her mother. She sighed and sat down beside her sister, who was now sobbing into her knees. She pulled her sister's head into her lap and started singing, "Play Mr. Biggs, To Be With You," in any female version. Halfway through, her sister had calmed down and immediately dozed off. "Izuku, I sincerely hope you become what my mother expected of you," she said softly, mainly to herself. Even though Izuku couldn't claim to be enjoying himself, he was doing okay if he did. "You won't be good enough, and you'll let him down," were among the whispers that filled the forest. Which was okay because he could tell himself straight out that he probably wouldn't live up to the expectations of All Might. It wasn't until it became louder and there were applause that he began to feel depressed, but an older Kachan was far more terrifying than a little Kachan shouting insults at you. Even when an older Kachan would show up, it would only be telling him what the current Kachan was saying. His mother, who disapproved of his ambition to become a hero until he acquired the gamer quirk, was the one who was most hurt. Ahead, he could see a shadow beginning to take shape and color. Who's next? With a serious expression on his face, Mini Might says, "I'm sorry, but I've decided to choose someone else to give one for all too. I believe I would be okay without it right now, even if All Might did say that. Now that I have gamer, all I have to do is put in a lot of training to get it good enough to enter UA. After that, it's just farming and slogging through schoolwork." Name: Midoriya Izuku, 14 years old, level 1. Oddities: locked, inherited, gamers given 720/720ths for health, mana 1065/1065, 625/800ths for stamina, STR 75, cons 72, dex 58, agi 49, int 90/95, wis 59, cha 15, res 88, good fortune 10 points, 0 benefits. The mind of a gamer, the body of a gamer, characteristics, behind the scenes, the malleability of muscles, behind the eyes XP 22.45% LVL 3. One of your best qualities is your mind, which can think more quickly and do calculations and other tasks. Develop this trait so that you can eventually outperform or even surpass a supercomputer in speed. For every level of BTE, raise int by 2%. Increase in stats as of right now, +5 rounded down. After clearing the majority of the beach, he put in a great deal of effort on his int, excluding today. He was very pleased with himself. Climbing down the rope earlier had given him multiple STR and con stat boosts, and being here had even given him a new skill. A new skill was developed. LVL, One Night Vision XP, 67.3%. There are many things in the dark, including monsters and secrets. But don't worry, you've learned to spot these wonders in any kind of light. Distance as of right now, 25 feet. Being able to see in the dark made it much easier to navigate this area, so he was more than happy to accept the skill. Assuming he was roughly 70% of the way through the forest, he still had more than 30 minutes to reach the opposite side. He really needed to figure out how to boost his stats. Little to no physical stat increases resulted from having nothing left on the beach to clean and no means of exercise. All Might refused his request to teach him hand-to-hand combat so the hero could maintain his muscle structure for emergencies. Perhaps he ought to locate a dojo. Half of the trail was covered by a rather large pit that appeared to have swallowed a tree or two as he turned a corner. He gave it plenty of room because he didn't want to fall into an unknown place. He heard conversation emanating from the hole as he passed. He took a step closer, but not any closer, and he could just make out a small child's cries. He began to feel panicked and was about to move closer when he noticed a prompt in the corner of his eye. The following status effect has been eliminated by Gamer's Mind. Cry of the deep. The sobbing turned into a rumbling that sounded like metal scraping rock as his pulse slowed back down. He thought to himself, stepping back a few paces and releasing the breath he didn't know he was holding. Perhaps I should just head out quickly. After a little more than 15 minutes, Izuku was able to leave the forest and was met with two things. The first was a prompt. Congratulations. The Forest of Despair and Nightmares has been successfully cleared by you. You will still receive your reward even though you technically cheated. Incentives. +1 to res. Betrayed. Perhaps it would have been much worse given the status when entering the forest. In any case, the first thing he saw was two sisters dozing off in each other's arms. He sat down to play on his phone, which didn't have reception but still had games he could play, so as not to wake them. When Akito began to wake up during his 6th solitaire game, her sister opened her eyes to see Izuku sitting there observing them. Her face flushed a little, and she began to gently shake her sister. Get up. Izuku made it out. Akito rubbed the sleep from her eyes and sat up, stretching. So how was it? He put his phone away. Pretty easy, though I did almost jump into a hole to save what I thought was a kid, but thanks to Gamer's Mind the spell, if it was a spell, was negated. Both Akito and Siren displayed perplexed expressions, but Siren was the first to ask, what's Gamer's Mind? The free perk I got for being the gamer. Izuku asked, bewildered. Mom said she only got Gamer's body though. Akito said, glancing at Siren. Maybe it mutated. What does Gamer's Mind do? It makes me immune to most psychological effects. Akito began to giggle, and a second later, it became laughter. Though Siren appeared to understand and had a displeased expression on her face, Izuku was more perplexed than ever. After calming down, she said, you can't send him to your hellhole anymore, in between breaths. As she stood up, she said, yeah, laugh it up y'all little devil. Come on. Akito got up, still laughing, and waited for Izuku, who clambered to his feet and gave her a hopeful glance. Siren found a dimension that torments people's minds, as it's not a dungeon there's no point in sending you there. Izuku asked, so where are we going now? As his perspiration fell. With a grin and a dazzling gleam in her eye, she concluded, more than likely the ruins around the bend, it's another dungeon, but this one goes down a floor so there's monsters in there. But I don't know how to fight. Are you fucking with me? You've had this power for a little over a month and have been training with the All Might. What have you been doing? Siren froze in her tracks and spun around, her face flushed. Akito looked up at Izuku and said, $1 for the swear jar. Also I agree with her, what have you been doing? He asked. The back of his head was scratched. Hee, picking up trash. Are you kidding me? He asked, noticing a vein in Siren's head pulse. No, Akito burst out laughing once more. Cheer up sis, now you get to punch him a bunch until he learns. She took Izuku by the arm and guided him to a little rocky area. Okay, put him up. What, your fist? Siren moaned, walked over, and straightened his posture after taking a stance and raising his hands. Feet apart, hands balled, cover your lower face. Now punch me. But, just do it. Pulling his arm back, he psyched himself up and hit out, but he was slapped across the head. Fine. 1, that's not how you throw a punch. 2, don't close your eyes, and 3, have you never watched a fight before? Only heroes that I see occasionally. It was obvious to anyone that she was growing increasingly irritated. Let me guess they used all these special moves and fought with quirks that shot fire or made their fist 5 times larger. Yeah, fine copy me. She groaned and slowly extended her balled fist, striking the pose she forced Izuku to adopt. Got it. A smile. Go for it but slowly so I can fix it if needed. She nodded when he fully extended his arm and said, now retract your arm and try the left. He repeated the statement with his non-dominant hand, and she nodded again. Izuku punched again and was slapped again. Okay, now punch me. He rubbed the area and raised his arms again, saying, look me in the eye and hold it. I said stop closing your eyes. Looking into her dark brown eyes, Izuku said, now punch me like you mean it. He inhaled and continued to look into her eyes as he struck out. She nodded at him after taking his punch, saying, now punch again, retract and use your other hand, retract. He punched twice as she had instructed, both of which were caught but were met with a prompt. A new ability was developed. Combat without weapons LVL, 1 XP, 0.00%. Punches can be thrown by anyone, but attacking with any part of them requires skill. 20% of your total STR plus dex is dealt in unarmed attacks. Styles of fighting. Basic boxing 1%. Izuku exclaimed, "I got a new skill." But the punch that struck him in the nose instantly erased the smile. Ow. You've been struck. Minus 20 horsepower. Don't get distracted, now fight me. He raised his hands and inhaled deeply, then exhaled. After giving Siren a direct look, he began punching her. After an hour, at the moment, he lay on his back and gazed up at the icy blue sun. Even though training with Siren was ultimately worthwhile, it hurt a lot to keep getting struck in the stomach or nose. He read through the notifications that came up during the spar while he was lying on the ground. Achieved a higher skill level. Level 5 unarmed combat experience, 43.17%. Punches can be thrown by anyone, but attacking with any part of them requires skill. 30% of your total STR plus dex is dealt in unarmed attacks. Combat styles. 82% basic boxing. You have gained the following stat increases as a result of a rigorous workout against a superior foe. STR plus 12. Con. Plus 18. Dex plus 17. Agi plus 13. Res plus 2. A new ability was developed. LVL. 8 physical resistance XP, 87.36%. Since your body is accustomed to being beaten, try advocating for yourself. Physical assaults cause minus 16%. Name. Midoriya Izuku. 14 years old. Level 1. Oddities. Locked inherited. Gamers given. 64 720ths for health. Mana. 1065 1065. 32 800 stamina. STR. 87. Drawback. 100. Dex. 75. Agi. 62. 95 90 plus 5 is the integer. Wis. 59. Cha. 15. Res. 102. Good fortune. 10. Points. 0. Benefits. The mind of a gamer. The body of a gamer. Characteristics. Behind the scenes. The malleability of muscles. Congratulations. You've reached Con 100. The quality listed below has been added. Level of hardened skin. Maximum. Cut down on piercing weapons by 0%, blunt attacks by 10%, and slashing attacks by 30%. So it's reduced by 26% when she punches me again. Not bad. Unfortunately, he was too weak and unwell to do anything. They were gradually rising again, but it would be pleasant to sleep. He yelled, "Can we sleep?" "Nope," said Akito, who was standing above him. She stuck her arms out like claws and said, "Sleeping in here would be very bad. As long as you're awake and moving, monsters won't bother you on the first floor, but if you sleep then they'll try to get you. But my health is super low and my stamina is almost gone." "Akito," Siren asked. "KK." She reached out and gave him a quick tap on the nose. Boop. As he watched his health and stamina return at an absurd rate, a yellow aura began to surround him. Thanks." She walked back to her sister after bowing and saying, "You are most welcome." Izuku asked, getting to his feet and feeling fully recovered. "Could I learn that?" "Right now, no. In a few levels potentially, you need to unlock the perk for spell casting." Spelling. Could he envision himself flying around the battlefield and using magic? He could, indeed. A short stroll brought them to a deteriorating hole in the ground that leveled at the bottom. Now let's get to the ruins and start clearing some enemies. A big stone square was set back in the center of the flat circle at the bottom, which was supported by a few shattered pillars. Izuku inquired, "Where's the entrance?" "The stone square. When you walk on it, the gamer Quirk will give you a prompt about making a raid group." "That's what we're gonna do." Provided by Akito. Siren appeared on the square first a few seconds later, and following a brief pause, Izuku was given the following prompt. "The Mistress of Dimensions, Siren Hale, has invited you to join a raid group. Do you agree?" Inquiring, "Mistress of Dimensions." He clicked, "Yes." "I didn't choose it," Siren said, blushing a little. "Unlike you and Mom, Gamerlight doesn't allow the user to select titles." There was a new prompt. The raid battle now has a new player. Akito Hale, Light Thief, level 16. Light Thief. Izuku inquired, "How did you get that title?" Akito rubbed her cheek and appeared embarrassed. "Last year Mom and I were here and I tried using my quirk to absorb some light. Obviously the only light source is the creepy moon. Apparently it didn't like me doing that and turned itself off. My body has been slowly seeping the light out ever since, hence the hair. Also the little light show earlier. Wait, you have your mom's absorption quirk. Akito said with a hint of pride after nodding her head. Only the best for mom's favorite daughters. All right, then, so how do we enter? He saw a countdown, and when it reached 1, Izuku saw a red prompt box and black emptiness. As you enter a raid dungeon, you have fewer people and a lower level than is advised. This is a warning, there's no turning back. Why would they take me here? Izuku swallowed. This time, there was a new prompt that was still red. We are now in the Shadow People's ruins. To get to the boss, the mission is to clear floor 4. Bonus. After that, Izuku was transported to a respectably sized room where he stood in front of a closed door. The door was composed of lacquered black wood and had black stone on either side that glowed from a purple scone that was burning. How are they doing that? He asked, turning to see Akito removing a weapon from her pocket. He received a prompt after using Observe on the object that appeared to be a dagger. Focus on spell casting +5. Every spell used with this focus has 5 levels more power than its typical counterpart. Then he looked at Siren, who was staring at her sister without emotion. I suppose she doesn't need a fight because she taught me how to do it. You good, and enthusiastic, yes, yup. Then let's go. As they approached the door and pushed it open, they were greeted by a hallway lined with doors, all of which matched the one that had just been opened, and the hallway came to a T intersection some 15 meters back. So technically we don't need to clear the next 3 floors, but, with you being level 1, we're going to have to. I am not taking you into the boss room like that. So, on you get, open the door and destroy the baddie. She really doesn't like me, does she? Izuku swallowed. He touched the handle of the first door on the right as he walked toward it. Nodding his head, he peered through the door and saw what appeared to be a bedroom, but it was completely destroyed and occupied by a glob of shadow. Oh, don't forget to use Observe on everything starting now. Observe, Shadow Slime, level 1. 250 250ths for health. Mana, 0/0. 150 150th stamina. STR, 50. Cons, 25. Dex, 25. Agi, 30. Int, 5. Wis, 5. Cha, 1. Res, 5. Good fortune, 10. A solidified ball of shadow is called a shadow slime. These creatures have a short lifespan, are easily destroyed, and lack intelligence. That doesn't seem too bad, he said, opening the door. The slime noticed and began charging him. In an attempt to reach him, it was essentially rolling over itself. He approached the slime, positioned himself, and punched it, which had 2 effects. One was a prompt, and the other was a very squishy sensation that made him sick. The hit landed. 48 damage points were dealt. Health remaining 202 250ths. He took 2 quick jabs, pulling his arm back and swiping the window away. This caused 2 more prompts to appear, informing him that he had dealt 96 damage. He made the decision to try to put a quick end to it by sweeping the windows away once more. The slime then exacted its retribution, attaching itself to Izuku with strings of black ooze in an attempt to pull him into its body. As he resisted the pressure, a tiny green window popped into his upper right eye. STR check pass. After a second, it vanished, and Izuku made several more attempts. When he eventually destroyed it, 3 more prompts showed up. This is getting a little annoying. He wiped away the 3 windows, shaking his hands clear of debris, and a fresh screen appeared. The enemy has been defeated. In a one-on-one battle, you have vanquished 1 adversary. 200 XP was earned. Progress level, 200 543rds 36.83%. Congrats, but what were you doing? You kept swiping at the air. That was Siren. Every time I hit the slime a prompt appears saying the attack landed. Wait, you haven't discovered the settings menu yet. Settings, he asked, and a box with the following options appeared. Disabled in battle log, the music is disabled. Modify the user interface. Reset the user interface. Speech-enabled input for spell casting. What is the battle log? Akito replied. Instead of a bunch of prompts appearing with every hit, you get a single prompt at the end of the fight that lists all attacks, damage dealt, and damage taken. He selected useful, and turned on the battle log. What's the spell casting input? Well, some skills need to be activated and all spells need to be cast. That option is to make your spells cast verbally, physically, or mentally. I might as well leave it since it hasn't been a problem yet. Enough with the tutorial, let's get a move on. Next room. Another shadow slime was in a supply closet when he walked to the next room and peered inside. No new information was obtained by using observe. Now that he was not distracted, the fight ended rather quickly. Battle log. Shadow slime enemy 1x. Attacks. 6 in all. Damage. 288, 6 times 48. No harm was caused. 200 XP was earned. Level advancement. 400 543rd 73.66%. He looked into the next room, which had been a bathroom of some kind, and saw a huge dog wreath in the shadows, sniffing at the floor. Observe. Shadow Mastiff. Level 3. 500 500ths for health. Mana. 0/0. 450 450th stamina. STR. 80. Drawback. 50. Dex. 55. Agi. 70. Int. 20. Wis. 5. Cha. 5. Res. 40. Good fortune. 10. In no way is a Shadow Mastiff a real dog. They are the physical manifestation of the hunger of darkness. He took a deep breath, opened the door, and charged the Mastiff, saying, "Okay, I'll have to dodge, this thing is a lot stronger and smarter than the slime." He struck and swiftly punched it once more, forcing him to go on the defensive as the beast swung around and attempted to grab his right leg. He pulled his leg back, punched it once more, and kicked it in the muzzle. Unfortunately for him, his kick caused his foot to protrude a bit more than intended, and the object bit down forcefully. With the device fastened to him, his subsequent blows came off with relative ease. A few more blows and it crumbled. Battle log. Shadow Mastiff, enemy 1x. Attacks. 1 sneak attack without a weapon. 9 unarmed assaults. Damage. 96 plus 9x48 equals 528. Damage inflicted. 101 damage and bleeding in 1 attack. Gain in XP. 600. Progress level. 1543,184%. Elevate your level. He was certain that he heard trumpets. Gamer, congratulations. Level 2 is attained by you. The following is what you have gained. 5 extra stat points. 1 perk point. Advancement to the next level. 1017 56%. Cool. Izuku wanted to leap with delight. Akito shouted, "Go Izuku." Behind Siren. Use the perk on something that will help you immediately so that you can level faster. He spoke after giving Siren a nod. Upgrades. Perks. Perks. 1 perk is offered. There are hash options available to you. The list is in the endnotes. His choice was spellcasting. He reasoned that it would have an instant effect because Akito would probably be able to teach him at least a few spells, and perhaps even Siren. With that girl, who knows? If I gained spell casting, would you be able to teach me a few spells? Siren gave a shrug. Sure, Akito has a wider range of spells, while mine are more combat and summoning focused. When he chose spell casting, a prompt appeared. Congratulations. The enigmatic power of magic is now within your grasp. Spells can now be learned from a mentor, book, or otherworldly entity. A new perk tree has also been unlocked by mastering this skill. You can now access the spell tab. Okay, I selected it. Is there a restriction to what I can learn? Yes and no. Spells don't have a requirement to learn, just to cast. So essentially you could have a spell that cures disease in everyone all at once, but you wouldn't be able to cast it because it would cost too much. Yeah, Mom had a spell she made up after watching some type of anime that allowed her to go back in time to a save point, but the mana cost was somewhere in the 200,000 per hour. He shook the idea from his mind. I wonder how that would work. So what can you teach me right now? Izuku took a step forward and grasped Siren's hand, earning himself a prompt. The first spell Mom ever taught us. I learned a new spell. Level of Mana Bullet. 1 XP, 0.00%. With this spell, you can use your mana as a damage-dealing bullet. Damage from spells equals int 2. 10 meters is the range. 20 mana is the cost. You have to pick a build for yourself, just like in most video games. You can be the Reaper, sweeping your blade to take lives and souls, the Dreadnought, fending off blows that would kill lesser creatures, or the Archmage, using spells to disintegrate enemies. You can choose from as many options as you like. To expand your horizons, work on specific upgrades, stats, and abilities. A sticky note: I really don't know what to say to you about this, Zuko. Just remember everything you've learned about One for All and go your own way in life. A. Battle log. 2 Shadow Mastiffs as enemies. Select to expand attacks. The amount of damage. Select to expand. Gain in XP, 800. Progress level, 1817-73 102.5%. Go up a level. Battle log. Opponents, 2 Shadow Imps and 1 Shadow Mastiff. Select to expand attacks. The amount of damage. Select to expand. Gain in XP. Progress level, 2950, 3775 78.2%. Sounds of a trumpet. Gamer, congratulations. Level 3 is attained by you. The following is what you have gained. 5 extra stat points. Izuku was tingly because, even though he only knew one spell, it was thrilling to cast magic. He was rapidly becoming fond of magic. The sensation of buildup and release was exhilarating. The worst part was when he ran out of mana during a battle with a Shadow Imp and was struck by a splitting headache that made it difficult for him to move. Siren helped him. The spell was cast again by Akito, who said, keep track of all your bars. Obviously running out of HP would kill you, mana will make it almost impossible to fight, and stamina will knock you out. Akito heal him and we'll go to the second floor. The buff. Matriarchal protection is now yours. What's that do? Akito gave a wide grin. It's a spell Mom made for us. It gives the person buffed 2 things, the first is a boost to HP and the second is a death shield. If you take a hit that would reduce your HP to 0, it will knock everything back by 50 feet and revert your HP back to 1. Before Izuku could ask, Akito concluded, I'm sorry but I can't teach it to you. Mom made it with us in mind and so the gamer made it only work for us and her. You'd have to find your own version. Izuku had seen stars. Looking down at his hands, Izuku said, oh. She sounded like an amazing person. Siren helped him stand up and said, now prove you're worthy. She was, and that person trusted the gamer and the future to you. Akito and Izuku followed her as she marched down the left corridor of the T-junction. They arrived at the top of a staircase that descended into a huge room as they turned the corner. It had walls of black obsidian stone, black wooden beams, and tapestries of muted hues. Large chandeliers of black crystal, glistening with purple and black light, hung from the ceilings. Izuku was amazed by all of that, but what truly grabbed his attention was the horde of ghoulish creatures that danced around themselves. There's so many, how are we going to clear it? We'll use the staircase as a choke point, I'll use a summon as a tank, you'll be behind it taking shots at the mass with mana bullet and punches if something gets too close. Akito and I will be behind you with spells. Got it? Siren looked at Izuku sharply after he nodded. She turned around and began, summon Celestial Bear. After a half-minute, a blue and gold bear emerged from a whirling whirlpool of blue and white. It was enormous, almost as wide as the stairway. On it, he applied Observe. The Celestial Bear, Siren hails call. You've come across a creature with far more stats and level than you do. To disclose more details about them, level up. That was Akito. That's new. As she turned around, Siren grinned and said, I'm not the same girl I was back then. While I was gone I encountered a few new things, made a few deals, and worked a couple of things. Izuku murmured, still as big-headed as before. Izuku suppressed a chuckle. Akito gave a one-arm whoop and said, everyone ready? Izuku grinned and nodded. Izuku use Observe on one of the ghosts. After that we'll start. In order to mentally prepare himself, he walked behind the bear and used the phrase, Observe. Shadow Debris. Level. Unique. Health. Particular. Mana. Unique. Strength. Unique. This creature is made up of numerous level 2 individual enemies. Warning. Gamer. These relics of the past have been dancing for all eternity and will stop at nothing to keep dancing. That's terrifying. Don't worry Zuku, we'll keep you safe and you have Mom's buff. You'll be fine. Izuku turned to face Akito, a girl he hardly knew but who had experienced far more than he had. A child who lost her mother to a villain is more confident and unconcerned than he is. He turned to face the enemy, his nerves fortified. Izuku, you're the opening salvo. Just aim mana bullet into the crowd. Izuku discovered that he could repeatedly call forth mana bullet to create his own miniature artillery during his second battle with a shadow imp. He was given a skill after employing this technique twice. A new sub-spell has been made. Mana Array Level. Maximum. You can make numerous smaller mana bullets that deal half damage at half the cost by draining your mana. He blazed through 1000 mana, aiming widely at the horde of monsters beneath him. He let loose after the cast time was up, and the enemies were hit by 100 tiny bullets. The response was nearly immediate. A few pretended to be lethargic, but nearly all of them ran up the stairs and screamed, causing the room to echo. The stone staircase and chandeliers trembled from the loud, throaty scream. In the upper right corner, Izuku saw a prompt. The following status effect has been disproved by Gamer's Mind. Cry of Lost Souls. As he finished reading, the first enemies arrived at the Celestial Bear, which, as its size suggested, made a very effective wall. That didn't look good. The bear stood firm as the shadows crashed into it. Using her knife, Akito had created a spell that sent tiny red balls of light shooting into the enemy. After a moment, they burst into columns of fire that reached the ceiling. Since Izuku's contribution was essentially finished, he was forced to watch as the bear mated its enemies while occasionally launching mana bullets into the battle. Izuku could tell that Siren was keeping a close eye on the fight for any surprises and didn't seem to be doing much. He felt more at ease knowing that Akito and the bear were safe if she trusted them to do the majority of the work. A smile came to Izuku's face. He doubted a half hour passed, but the fight seemed to last for hours. Although Akito's spells were powerful, they required a lot of mana, and it seems that she had run out of it some time ago. Terrifying was the only word Izuku could think of to describe Siren's replacing her sister. Above the adversaries, she had unlocked numerous tiny black portals that, a few seconds later, burst open with tentacles dripping black ink. Many of the enemies had been snagged by the tentacles and dragged back into the portals. Then she opened a second portal that appeared to split open and then shoot fire into the enemy. While Siren cast her spells, Izuku allowed his mana to replenish and unleashed another barrage of mana bullets. The battle began to slow down shortly after Siren joined. Izuku joined Akito as she sat down and asked, "How are you?" "Tired but good. This used to be so much harder with just Mom and us. She had told Siren and I that we had to do this room on our own. The first clear almost killed us if it wasn't for Mom. Now that Siren is so strong, this room doesn't seem too bad." She put her head on her knees. "I couldn't imagine having to do that. This room would have been impossible for me. Maybe, but eventually you'll be on Siren's level and possibly even Mom's. By then you could clear this room with a snap of your fingers." Izuku was given a prompt as the bear's bite killed the final adversary. "Congratulations. You've defeated a mini-boss in the dungeon. 10,000 experience points were earned, minus 4,000 from having 2 allies that were leveled up. Progress level. 8,953,770 fifths 237.1%. Double up. Gamer, congratulations. You are now at level 5, having advanced 2 levels. The following is what you have gained. 10 extra stat points. 1 quality point. Wow, I reached level 5 from just that. Congrats. I didn't even get a single level. If I need to reach level 20 to get my quirk, and an enemy like that didn't level Akito, he thought. Izuku gave his temples a rub. This going to take forever. What is? Akito asks inquisitively. To unlock my quirk. What do you need to unlock it? I need to hit level 20 and then sacrifice all the XP. He heard a choke coming from behind Akito and saw his eyes widen. Are you kidding me? What? Looked Izuku. Dude, that's over 500,000 XP. Are you seriously going to sacrifice all of it? That would set me back by 2 levels. I don't know, he said, getting to his feet and pacing the small step. Siren and Akito didn't meet his gaze. I really want to get my quirk, but seeing how hard it is to gain XP, I'm not sure it's worth it. It's not like I can just farm XP indefinitely. What? Is there a way to get unlimited XP? Was asked without a response. Siren feigned being preoccupied with prompts while Akito averted his gaze. Don't do that. Tell me what you know. There is a way, but even our mom was wary of it. Siren responded with a heavy sigh. Did your mini-map come with a way to get to the endless abyss? The spooky dark pit with monsters that sounded like titans. That's the one. What about it? As the name applies, it's endless and so are the monsters. While that would be nice and all, the monsters are out of our levels. I'm level 32 right now and I went exploring near the edge when one of the monsters came into view. I used observe and my prompts went a blood red, covered in warnings of not approaching the thing under any circumstances. Wait, then how do you know it goes on forever? Mom told us. She said she sent out magical scouts when she first found the abyss and they didn't return. It wasn't until their destruction, by some monsters, that her map got updated. According to her mini-map, they traveled the distance from Earth to Pluto in that time and weren't even close to an end. Also the fact that if you try to enter it, it will give you a prompt calling it the Endless Abyss. The gamer Quirk tends to take literally if you haven't noticed. So did your mom ever kill one of the things? Akito was the one to speak up. Once, but it was because she was forced to. She entered a much stronger dungeon, where the enemy had an ability to lower luck into the negatives. Mom said her luck went to the -100s, and after she defeated the thing, she received a prompt. Apparently it said that the monster was a relative of a much stronger enemy that is now hunting for you. Siren wrapped up the narrative, and it was when she entered a dungeon that you couldn't escape without defeating all enemies within it, that it appeared. Mom said most her spells barely had an affect, and it came down to her stealing a few buffs from the monster that she was able to take it down. She came home after that, with her health in the red, his stamina nearly depleted, and with the assistance of an upgrade, her mana was in the negative. She made us vow never to go near there. How much XP did she get from it? With a deadly glare, Siren said, "Are you stupid? I didn't say I want to do it, I was just curious," Izuku said, extending his hand's palm outward in a conciliatory gesture. Replied, "Mom went up 3 levels, and for her that was a lot. For any of us here, that could easily have been 50 levels. What level was she?" Izuku asked, his eyes widening. Akito sighed, "I honestly don't remember. From that point onward though, she only ever went up 2 more levels. From what I can vaguely remember, she had hit level 120 when she first left on that expedition. So I would guess somewhere around 125 by the time that incident happened." Izuku exclaimed, "Wow, if she was so strong, how did she not win her last fight?" Was his next question, which he asked cautiously. Siren breathed a sigh of relief. "Like I said, Mom only defeated the Abyss Walker because she stole buffs from it. A normal person wouldn't have a plethora of buffs or barely even one. You also have to take into account that heroes and villains constantly fight people of their own strength or greater constantly. For someone like All Might, whose level 1 couldn't even see, he might have even been stronger than Mom. I couldn't even imagine how strong the villain was." After grabbing Izuku's hand and dragging them down the stairs, Akito said, "Enough depressing chatter. Let's set up camp, it will allow us to rest and rejuvenate." "Good idea, sis. Returning to Earth. What can you tell me of the villain she faced when she was defeated?" Hideki exhaled. "I would tell you if I could, but I have no idea. My wife kept all of her notes and secrets locked away in the gamer Quirk. I don't know if Izuku could gain access to them, as he theoretically doesn't have the same quirk as my wife. There's also no way of knowing if the data survived the transfer." "Crap. Excuse me." All Might coughed again. "You can power down. My wife told me a while back, shortly after you started appearing less and less. She said you got hurt by a villain on her kill list. She tried to get to him before you fought him apparently, but was unable to track him down." With a sigh, All Might released one for all. "What was your wife's specialty?" "Combat. Also spell crafting when she had free time." "Spell crafting. You didn't know," he went on when All Might shook his head. "My wife along with Siren are spell crafters. Normally for a gamer, you have to learn a spell from a being of immense power, loot drop or another person. My wife on the other hand, was able to create new spells for anything she wanted. A costly endeavor is the more powerful a spell, not only a greater mana cost but the actual creation of the spell requires certain objects. One of the spells she tried to create need the beating heart of a child, but my wife refused to pay the cost." "Did all of her spells require such sacrifices?" All Might felt nauseous. "No, in fact one of the spells she was proud of required a clock that had frozen at the time of a great event. Being in Japan, she easily found a watch that had stopped during the Nagasaki or Hiroshima explosions. It cost her a bit of money but no sacrifices. But it turned out the spell was too costly for her even though she created it. Sounded like it could have been useful. Could have been, but who knows. Returning to Shadowscape. So do I get to learn how you are pulling stuff larger than you pocket out of it?" Izuku was feeling optimistic. "Pocket dimension in my pocket. Stick my hand in creating a portal inside it that opens above the item I want and voila it appears." "That sounds helpful." Yep. It was awkward because he was left alone with Siren after Akito dozed off. So how old is your sister actually? Sigh. Physically 6, mentally I don't know. We spent so long with mom exploring different dimensions, it kind of just blurred together. I think it's close to 13 now. How old does that make you? Even to me my age is just question marks. I think it's because of my quirk. I've visited a few dimensions that reversed my age and a few that sped up my age. I can essentially make myself immortal. That's amazing. With her head resting on the sleeping bag, she said, "It is and I have my mom to thank for it." Akito got her absorption quirk that first gave her my ability and the potential to gain her immortality. He sat down on his own sleeping bag and said, "I'm sorry about your mom. I didn't know her at all, but I can see that she meant a lot to you. Not your fault. She did what she did because she felt the need to. Having known her for as long as I did, I can tell you one thing. She didn't care about dying. The part that probably affected her more in her final moments was not being able to make us stronger. She cared more for the future and us than she did about what was going on around her. She turned to Izuku. That includes you. I have no idea why, but she left stuff behind for you. Once we clear this dungeon and get back to Earth, Dad is going to give you a chest. It contains items that she said will help you." Izuku's thoughts were racing. What might be inside? His mind was filled with images of weapons he could learn to use and items that would give him bonuses. By the time he looked back at Siren, she was fast asleep. He took that as a sign and fell asleep too. You've regained your full HP, mana, and stamina after getting the recommended 8 hours of sleep. Greetings for a fresh day. Akito had already packed up, and Siren was putting her belongings away when Izuku sat up and looked around. Good morning. If it is morning. Time is frozen here, it's the afternoon still, but good morning. Izuku, let's get a move on, we still got 2 floors to go. Will the next 2 be like this one? He asked, sitting up and beginning to pack. Akito nodded her head. The next will be a bunch of rooms with stronger enemies than the first floor, and the 4th floor before the boss is another mini-boss though. What's the mini-boss on the 4th floor and what's the boss of the dungeon? Mini-boss is a shadow knight and the boss is different each time. He handed Izuku's sleeping bag to Siren, who said, "I don't care what any system thinks, giving a raid boss a time stop and AoE spell is ridiculous. Let's just hope it isn't the damned spell caster like last time." Izuku began to feel anxious, but Gamer's mind quickly calmed him down. What are the other bosses? Akito began counting on her fingers, saying, "There's the Lady of Shade, Spider King, Horror of Night, Lost Child." Lost Child, with an eyebrow raised, replied, "A creepy-looking kid that can disappear from view and will try to slip a knife in your spleen if you aren't careful. Not fun, but not hard. Just blanket the area with an AoE and the thing's invisible buff is gone from a few seconds. Oh, the others." She keeps going. "Duke of Twilight, Shadowhound Master, Jester of Murder, my personal favorite, and then the Pale Wizard, the Op 1. Who's the easiest? Depends on your repertoire, but for you, Horror of Night." How so? Its main attack is a super nasty debuff that causes hallucinations and lowers your stats. Since it's all part of the same status, Gamer's mind would block all of it. Cool. They had made their way to the closed door at the other end of the dance hall as they conversed. In his muscle form, Siren had easily pushed a door 5 times larger than All Might with just one hand. "What is your STR stat?" "Why Izuku? Asking a woman her STR, how daring." Siren had laughed as she glanced over her shoulder. Izuku began to stammer, I didn't mean it like that." As he felt his cheeks flush. He could tell he was played right away because both Akito and Siren were laughing happily. His neck began to heat up, and he said, "Haha, very funny." As she turned to face her sister, Akito wiped away a tear and said, "I'll be honest, I didn't think you ever get a chance to use that joke." Hook, line, sinker. Siren pumped down while raising one arm. Izuku looked at him and said, "I've been planning that joke since I was little." Izuku grinned. It was good to see them having fun and having fun. "Glad I could be the butt of the joke." Signaling his approval, "Appreciated. Now, just like the first floor, Izuku is going to clear it alone and preferably quickly." Izuku gave a nod and continued. There was a outside, beyond the door, more like a huge enclosed garden labyrinth. The entire space was lit by a glowing crystal set into the ceiling, and he could see the walls on the far side of the garden. Their unnatural blue glow only added to the already eerie atmosphere of the garden. White mushrooms and black flowers littered the actual garden. Despite his lack of knowledge, he had a gut feeling that the plants and fungi were toxic. Overgrown trees and shrubs obscured the maze section. He posed a rhetorical question. Don't tell me, I have to go into the creepy maze. Yup, I sigh. Fine, any hints of what's in there? Plants. He glared at Akito and said, thanks. No prob. She's serious. What? He asked, glancing at Siren. The monsters in there are plants. You'd best not trust any vines or flowers. Great. Izuku gulped. Okay, let's do this. More frightful things to fill my nightmares. Izuku first noticed the first monster at the third turn in the maze. Crawler. Belladonna Vine. Level 6. Health 1000. Mana 0/0. Strength 1150. STR 220. Drawback 150. Dex 75. Agi 30. Int 20. Wis 5. Cha 0. Res 100. Features. Plant. Takes double damage from fire and ice and is immune to all psychological effects. Poisonous venomous. This animal is covered in toxins and has toxins laced throughout. Gamer. Take caution of this being as an unholy hybrid of a belladonna flower and a writhing mass. I don't think I can take that on. Siren gave him a perplexed look for a moment before turning back to face the creature and her eyes enlarging. That's new. Say, what's a withering mass? Asked Akito, who had also used observe. It's a creature I fought a couple months back. Not entirely difficult, but one of its powers is the ability to split itself. I've never seen one outside the Dackle dimension before. Izuku could hear the fear in her voice as she asked, do you think the dungeon is adapting? What's that mean? Siren glanced at him. Sometimes when you clear a dungeon multiple times, it will shift itself to bring in new monsters and new challenges. The thing is though is that is the first one Mom ever found, and we've been coming here since we were little. Should we go back? After examining the creature for a moment, Siren responded, no, I want to see if the boss changed. Izuku hit it with a mana bullet and I'll kill it. He called forth one mana bullet and struck it squarely in the vines. The mass had hardly time to react before it was scorched to nothing when Siren called forth one of the fire portals from the previous battle. The fight gave him some experience points, but not nearly enough to level up. Let's skip this floor and get to the fourth. We'll deal with the Shadow Knight, and take on the boss. Akito cast the buff on Izuku and me, I'll do the same to you. We can't trust the Shadow Knight will be the same. Following a quick magic exchange, they moved to the next floor, which was just a huge cathedral across the garden. The building's windows and stained glass appeared to absorb the crystals, light and exude a gloomy aura. The door was enormous and of the same black wood as the dance hall. The stone was similar as well, but it was arranged in patterns that seemed to tell a story, unlike the dance hall. Izuku, stay behind Akito. Take potshots when you can but don't get too close, said Siren, who was in the lead, holding up her hand to the door. The door was opened after Izuku gave a nod. In a spooky way, the room across from it was breathtaking. There were pews scattered throughout, warm-feeling candles adorning the walls, and stained glass gleaming with an unholy light. Izuku could appreciate the room's elegant beauty even though he wasn't into the whole goth thing. Siren approached Izuku and stopped 10 meters in front of a statue, saying, hit the statue and we'll start the fight. Why don't you summon something? Akito responded, Shadow Knight has the ability to unsummon and forces a fight. So you just gonna punch it? Bone blade. Siren grinned. A white rod materialized in her hand and swiftly expanded into a crudely shaped sword. Izuku used to watch. Sword of level 32 bone. Created by Siren Hale. Increases your blade combat skill by 32% of your STR. This weapon will explode and deal damage equal to your STR in an area effect surrounding you if its durability drops to 0. You could get hurt by this. Durability. 50-50. Can you teach me that? Siren extended her hand while keeping a grin on her face. He was met with a prompt and a grasp. I learned a new spell. Level of Bone Blade. 1 XP. 0.0%. To bring this blade to you, lower your HP by 5%. The blade increases your blade combat skill by 1% of your total STR. This is a necromancy spell. As I stammer, necromancy. Don't be a prude, necromancy is only evil if you use it for evil. Use everything at your disposal in a fight for your life, damn the consequences. He nodded, steeling his resolve, Bone blade. He felt as though someone had stabbed him in the back, but the pain vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Ow. Meh, it only happens the first time, or whenever your blade breaks. What you felt was the bone growing alongside your spine. Izuku felt for a bone in his back, and he did. When he poked it experimentally, it was squishy and did not resist his pressure. He felt no tightness or resistance when he stretched his back. I would have assumed that would have caused it to feel strange. Bone blade. A white rod materialized in his hand, and a blade emerged, just as it had with Siren. I'm not teach your sword combat, just take a couple of swings at me and gain the skill. He got it after a few hits. A new ability was developed. Level of blade combat. 1 XP, 0.0%. Swords come in a variety of sizes and shapes, from the cunning dagger to the powerful claymore. 60% of your total STR is dealt by any bladed weapon. He fired a mana bullet at the statue while aiming his free hand at it. After a moment, the statue's gray rocky hue vanished, and darkness began to seep out from behind the fragments of stone that had transformed into metal. When it straightened up, Izuku used Observe. Shadow Knight, Anti-Mage. Level 18. Health 1600 out of 1600. Mana 1075 out of 1075. 1800 Stamina. STR 175. Drawback 160. Dex 140. Agi 80. Int 35. Wis 90. Cha 15. Res 200. Good Fortune 10. A knight is a person who embodies chivalry and honor. A shadow knight is a cunning and treacherous person. This creature will give you no quarter, so destroy it. Wow, that's strong. Not strong enough. Siren sprang at the knight, drawing back her blade. She swung out with one hand and threw a ball of lightning with her left when she was within striking range. The lightning struck quickly and forcefully because it was directed at and drawn to the armor's metal. Izuku could hear something thwack against the knight as a result of the explosion that produced a cloud of dust. Siren came flying out the next thing he saw, colliding with a couple of pews before coming to a stop. Akito used her dagger to shoot a few spells. One produced a vacuum that sucked in all the dust before imploding on itself, while the other produced no light effect at all. Taking it in stride, the knight raised its sword and began to run toward the closer target, Akito. Seemingly unfazed, Akito lifted her unarmed hand and formed a stone wall between them. When the knight saw the wall, it lowered its sword and charged at it, attempting to breach it. With the charge, it managed to get through the wall, but Siren returned the blow with a double-edged vengeance. The girl stabbed both up into the helmet, somehow creating a second bone blade. Izuku called forth a barrage of mana bullets and aimed them at the knight, who was slightly pinned in an attempt to be helpful. The majority of the shots appeared to have little effect. Siren jumped a little back and kicked the knight away from her. In her left hand, the sword flickered and then vanished from view. As soon as her sister left, Akito cast another non-visual spell. Then, staring straight at the knight, she screamed so loudly that Izuku had to cover his ears with his hands. As he was examining the knight's health, he noticed that its armor was beginning to crack, but two buffs appeared. Magic's death. Magic can no longer be influenced by statuses and is 90% less effective against this being. Broken stone armor. This creature was slowed and burdened by its armor. Its stats now reflect the fact that it has broken this armor. Siren charged back in with her lone sword as soon as the buffs appeared, and Akito stopped her cries. Since he had little to do during the battle, Izuku made the decision to see which stats had been altered. Shadow Knight, Anti-Mage. Health 785 out of 1600. Mana 1075 out of 1075. Strength 875 out of 1550. Dex 200. AGI 160. Res 150. Izuku observed the statistics as they changed. Siren's swords were parried or dodged at every turn. The tides changed after Siren completed her combo, and she had to raise her sword to block a swing that sent her flying back into the pews and broke her bone blade. Shrapnel flew everywhere as the blade broke, entering Siren as well as the knight's face and armor chinks. Akito slammed her hand against the floor while continuing to cast spells. In a matter of seconds, bones began to rapidly strike the ground, piercing the knight and holding it in place. Feeling like an ant in a giant battle, Izuku fired another mana bullet and saw Siren stand up again, calling forth another bone blade. A second one flashed in and out of her left, then remained solid, and she winced as it appeared. She charged the knight again after it had finished materializing, stabbing both swords into the knight's helmet once more. The knight crushed Siren after grabbing her with its single freehand. On the other hand, Siren pushed her regular bone blade into her chest cavity. Bits of metal and bone were flying from every exposed crack as the knight, still holding Siren, exploded. The bone that held the knight's refusal to die in place broke as it appeared to flex. Siren was enveloped in the aura of the white energy ball that Akito hurled at her sister, which struck true. He simply thought it was a healing spell because he couldn't even see her level. Without waiting for the spell to finish, the knight slammed his prisoner to the ground. Izuku heard bones snapping, but she continued to fight back because of Gamer's body. While being raised, she fashioned a stone spear and stabbed Knight in the elbow, severing the arm in two with a twist. After being thrown to the ground, she kicked as hard as she could to push the knight away. The spell began to heal her broken wrist gradually, and Izuku felt a little sick as she watched the wrist begin to heal itself. Like a bat out of hell, Akito launched an offensive and began casting spells. A variation of the spell, Mana Bullet, resembled a Gatling gun that fired mana bullets from a single point. The spell was pushing the knight back, literally pushing the thing back feet at a time, even though it wasn't doing much damage. Siren threw something to Izuku while he was amazed, and when he caught it, he discovered it was a blue potion. On it, he applied Observe. Unlimited Mana Elixir. After consumption, this elixir will give you unlimited mana for 2 minutes. This time cannot be increased or decreased. His eyes widened. Siren summoned another bone blade after nodding and fixing her wrist. He drank the potion after realizing she was serious. After the potion, he could feel his mana trembling his pipes in an attempt to burst free, so casting a mana bullet was like slightly opening the tap. He began attempting to imitate Akito after he was unable to contain himself any longer. After attempting to swiftly cast another mana bullet after casting one, he was met with a prompt. A new sub-spell has been made. Level of Mana Gatling, Max. You can now summon more mana bullets in a fraction of the time after gradually depleting your mana. Reduces the mana bullet's cast time to 0.1 seconds. If you are not careful, this can drain your mana to 0, so proceed with caution. He joined Akito, smiling. Under fire from 2 directions, the knight was forced farther back until it hit the wall and was pinned. Siren had used a spell that resembled Bone Blade but was actually made of tiny daggers. They hovered around her in midair, and as she removed one, another took its place. She began peppering them on the knight or throwing them around. After using an elixir earlier, Akito was the first to halt her barrage, followed by Izuku. Siren's plan paid off when they came to a halt and the knight straightened up. The explosion caused by the more than 30 bone daggers exploded with a snap of her fingers, shaking Izuku and knocking Akito to her knees. When the dust had cleared, the knight stood there, then sagged forward on its face, vanishing into thin air. Congratulations! You've vanquished a mini-boss in a dungeon. XP gained. 40,000 less 5,000 from the assistance of a higher-level ally. Progress at level 49,257,081st 695.52%. Level up x4. Gamer, congratulations. You are now at level 9, having advanced 4 levels. The following is what you have gained. 20 extra stat points. Izuku was thrilled, but then he turned to see Akito holding her head as if it were breaking. After removing their sleeping bags and placing one beside her sister, Siren cast Sleep on Akito. The young girl slept like a corpse after sagging onto the sleeping bag. She tossed the last to Izuku and set down another for herself. Before you go to sleep, look behind the podium and finish the side quest. There's no monsters during it, just puzzles. Go to sleep after or don't. I don't really care. Good night. She climbed out of bed like her sister. Following her advice, he went to the podium and discovered a switch on the floor underneath it. Wow, they must have been super low. He heard something click and creak as he pulled it, and when he turned around, he saw that a section of the wall had opened up into a dark staircase. Feeling hopeful, he descended into the shadows. However, a gamer's lifeblood is stats. Your limitations are mana, HP, and stamina. For every 10 con, HP is renewed at a rate of 0.5 per minute. The rate of mana regeneration is 1 per minute. You gain an extra 0.75 per minute for every 10 int you achieve, and 0.25 per minute for every 10 wis. For every 10 res, stamina is renewed at a rate of 0.75 per minute. Certain upgrades can also raise these rates. Hurried across the page. Don't feel compelled to acquire upgrades that boost regeneration. Only if you intend to use that statistic in the first place are they worthwhile. A. The bonus level is finished. In the ruins of the Shadow People, you have finished a bonus objective. You receive the following benefits for accomplishing this goal. Select between a small stat boost, a random item, or more experience points. 4000 XP, a key that is golden. Note, you are not eligible to receive these rewards again. So either another level up, an item that might be useful, or stat increases when I have low stats, Izuku hummed. Since stat boosts were removed, the item and XP are tied. He truly wanted to know what the item was, but the level would take him to 10. Perhaps he ought to ask Siren and Akito. He came out of the dimly lit hallway to find Siren seated on a pew, staring at her sister. Hey, how'd it go? She asked as Izuku came out. Izuku was beaming. Good, I'm having an issue with choosing the reward though. I can't decide between reaching level 10 or an item. Extending. Level 10, the item is based on your level and the pool you have access to right now is too small to make it worth it. Izuku chose the extra XP after nodding. Plus 3000 XP. Go up a level, gamer, congratulations. You are now level 10 after gaining a level. The following is what you have gained. 5 extra stat points. 1 perk point. I got a new perk point. Exclaimed Izuku. What you gonna take? Asked Siren with a smile. Izuku took another look at his perk selections. The final comment will have the new benefits. Spell crafting. Probably not worth it till you can gain access to components. Anything else interesting? I'm not taking blood casting. I can get some type of sneaking, but that doesn't seem like me. Siren sighed. I can gain short-range teleportation. She sighed. Helpful but not anything groundbreaking since you can't back it up with anything big. Void walk. Same reasoning behind teleporting, Siren said, shaking her head. What's perfect mimic? How am I supposed to know? Does it give you a tooltip of some sort? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Not from what I can tell. Next. Focal point doesn't seem to be helpful. I think you'll say that bullet time won't be immediately helpful, Knight's Vow. Never heard of it. I don't think Mom had that either. Anything else? Something called Words of Millions. Siren replied, you got that from All Might. Mom says it allows you to cause a buff to affect all allies in a 100-meter radius with that buff. Very helpful if you need it, but you don't have any types of buffs. So what should I take? I honestly don't know. Most aren't helpful to you right now. So take what you want or hold off. She said thoughtfully. I'll hold off. Any recommendations for qualities? Izuku concurred. Not really. You haven't quite figured out a fighting style yet. Mom was a spell eater, class-wise. I saw that in the Quirk upgrades. What's a class anyway? Izuku accepted the seat that was offered after Siren scooted over and patted the seat beside her. When you reach level 30, you'll be able to pick a class. The classes available are decided by your fighting style. Mom, focusing more on her born quirk, used enemy quirks against them most of the time, along with magic when she was here. This gave her the option to select Spell Eater. A class is super special, you can never change it and future upgrades are decided by it. Mom's class developed her absorption quirk further and enhanced her spell working. Did you get one? A smile. Yeah, no one else in the world is allowed to pick a class besides the true gamer. Mine is called Rift Queen. It helps with summoning spells and teleportation. Most people gain classes based on their quirk and what they do in their everyday life. If you can't see their quirk, take a look at their class, it may allow you to piece it together. With a nod, Izuku said, thanks for the tip. Yawning, she said, no problem. The question, so what happened to her yesterday, was directed at Akito. Her mana went into the negative. She used mana Gatling longer than the elixir allowed for. She's a heavy spell caster that focuses on large spells. The gamer rewarded her with the quality, Lost Chapter. It allows her to go negative in mana at the cost of stamina. What you saw was the consequences of that. If your mana goes negative, it causes your mind to feel like it's tearing itself in two. Note taken. When is she supposed to wake up? Whenever I choose. Why don't you wake her up? Really don't want to go into the next room. She shrugged. I'd like to get back to the real world. With a long sigh, she threw back her head and said, fine. She got up, went to her sister, and broke the spell. How long have I been out? Akito asked as she slowly awoke and saw the two older children staring at her. 10 hours. Did I actually just work on puzzles for 10 hours? Oh, she stood up and began packing. We heading toward the boss now. Taking the sleeping bag, Siren nodded and said, let's hope it's something easy, because the knight took 2 of our elixirs. With a yawn, she said, not unusual, but definitely not good. Izuku questioned, is there a way to know what boss it is? Siren raised her eyebrows. No, you have to go into the room, and once you're in there, you're trapped there until you defeat the boss. We'll be using Mom's buff, my summons, and Akito will be using buffing spells instead of combat spells. This means I'll be doing most of the fighting. Got it, Izuku and Akito nodded. Then let's get the buffs on. For the next 2 minutes, the girls applied the necessary buffs to one another. They enhanced Izuku's mana pool and granted him the protection buff. You now have the widen pool and matriarchal protection buffs. Izuku approached the door to the next room with a sense of security. Siren had pushed the door open, revealing a small staircase that led down into the dungeon's interior. After 10 minutes of descent, they finally reached the bottom, which opened up into a medium-sized entrance. The opposite side had a metal door with jewels set into it. They were fashioned to resemble skulls. Subtle, is Izuku's joke. Akito grunted at him, while Siren smiled. I suppose I ought to be serious. When Siren approached the door and touched it, she froze and vanished. Izuku nearly lost his mind, but then he saw a box. Want to go into the boss chamber? You won't have to wait until the boss is dead if you do this. Until it is finished, there is no way out of this dungeon. Would you like to continue? Izuku inhaled deeply before choosing, yes. Izuku was teleported into a cave he had never seen before after the box vanished in a brief pause. The cave was 1 kilometer high and easily 2 kilometers wide. The base was primarily flat, with occasional protrusions of enormous crystals. Hundreds of crystals in the ceiling itself radiated light, filling the cave with a daytime glow. An enormous dais, composed of an inappropriate white stone and crystal that also radiated light, rose from the ground at the far end. The first item on the dais was a statue of something or someone he had never seen before, and the second was a figure kneeling in front of the statue while wearing black leather armor. What boss is that? Izuku, I'm sorry. He looked at Siren, asking, for what? Akito said, Zuku, we're in a lot of trouble now, we need you to stay out of the way. The girl didn't seem to like the tough, determined expression. What in the world is going on? Izuku frowned as he positioned himself behind Akito. He made the decision to use Observe on the supervisor. Name: Crusader Lost, 42 years old, level. Note: you've come across someone whose stats and level are significantly higher than yours. Level up to disclose additional details about them. That's not one of the bosses you said were in here, also what level is he? Siren responded, the dungeon mutated, new bosses are here now, there's no way of knowing what they can do. As for level, he's level 47. He's on par with a pro hero, but the real problem is his stats. His lowest stat is his int, which is 100, the next closest is Wis at 150, his Agi and Dex are both at 225, Res and Con are 300 and STR is at 400. She was slightly trembling. That's not really a problem, is it, sis? Asks Akito, observing the shake. With a slight shake of her head, Siren said, no. Out with it then, what's so bad about him? His warning paragraph is, all users of magic beware, the crusade has been set on you, flee all you wish but none shall escape the wrath of a crusader. I think he's a much stronger version of the knight. If he is, then we're in deep shit. She began to cast a summoning spell. Izuku watched in fascination as tens of portals began to open and a variety of creatures emerged. He saw some of the celestial bear from yesterday, 2 dogs that looked like demons, a few cats that had sparks flying from them, and the knight who made up the majority of the army, who was dressed in golden armor with black stripes. Sensing the magic, the crusader rose from his knees and faced the small army. Every step the crusader took caused the ground to tremble, making Izuku feel sick to his stomach. Fear began to overwhelm him, but Gamer's mind smothered it. Akito said, I'm so jealous of you, Izuku. Why? He could see that she was trembling a lot. I'm really scared right now. Gamer's mind would be nice right now. Keep to the plan, not even the knight could get rid of buffs. I'll just have to fight it in melee like yesterday. Siren responded to her sister, and Akito nodded. The crusader had just entered the cave, retrieved a small boulder-sized mace, and charged. Scatter and surround, Siren yelled out. Her troops attempted to attack the Crusader's back after leaping out of its path. When it failed, the Crusader let the weight stop his momentum and slammed his mace down in front of him. He used a spell to turn around and cut through the summons behind him with a golden blade. They removed 9 of the creatures. I'll be using crystal, summoning an actual weapon and facing it in combat. Akito, keep all buffs trained on me. Izuku, hit it once at least and keep safe. Got it. Both of them gave a nod. Summoning crystal of Vanran, a portal opened, and a small person carrying a lamp approached Siren and bowed. Summon Limbo Knight. The lamp appeared to emit a grayish light, which caused the portal to open and remain open. Then she cast Weapon of the Profane again. She reached in through a tiny portal and produced a black sword that appeared to absorb light. Sis, cast your buffs and I'll go. Akito cast her buffs on her sister while still trembling. Siren vanished in an instant as soon as the final buff materialized. Something slammed into the Crusader as Izuku turned to face it. The Crusader swung its mace at the new opponent, taking it in stride and hardly moving. Siren had to block with both hands as the mace sent out a tiny shock wave that struck her. She teleported behind the Crusader's back and hit the nape of his neck to end the impasse. The armor was dented but not seriously damaged when the sword made contact. With a speed that was beyond its capabilities, the Crusader swung its mace and struck Siren, sending her reeling away even though she was able to block the blow. He watched as a spell landed behind her sister after flying off of Akito. Siren was able to land safely because the spell caused her to decelerate quickly. Siren was enveloped in a purple glow from another spell before she vanished once more and collided with the Crusader's side. Once more, the force only moved it an inch. Probably anticipating that she would teleport like she had the last time, the Crusader swung his mace in a broad arc. But she had substituted one of the Limbo Knights for herself and teleported a couple of the summons in front of him. The bears were driven back by the Crusader, who cut through the feeble resistance with ease. Izuku saw the Crusader making a few movements with his free hand. He's casting, he yelled at Siren. In response, Akito released 2 spells. One hit the Crusader and appeared to slow him down, while the other drenched her sister in purple light. It only lasted a moment before the Crusader broke the spell with a crashing sound that echoed throughout the cave. Then, just as it was about to complete its own spell, Siren struck it. The bears were the only things left standing after the spell sent off a huge golden shock wave and flung many of the summons into golden portals. Even the crystal that she had initially called forth had been flung into a portal. Siren appeared unfazed and attempted to teleport behind it once more, slamming her blade directly into her bare neck. As the Crusader was drenched in light, the weapon she was wielding began to pierce but then broke. She moved in their direction by teleportation. I'm barely dealing any damage to it. My physical stats aren't high enough to deal with this thing. The spell it just threw down also is desummoning anything that isn't from a celestial realm, and I only have 2 celestial summons. One is the bear and the other is a dog, not very useful. I'll summon a few more bears but they get cut down instantly. They watched as the Crusader crushed a bear to pulp. I'm also getting low on stamina, each of those slams take a decent chunk. I can't think of anything I can do to deal damage. Izuku searched for a solution, but was unable to come up with anything. Something came to Akito's mind. She gestured to a crystal that was already slanting to one side and asked, could we try dropping one of the big crystals on it? That would work. No way of knowing how much damage it would deal, but worth a try. Izuku, Siren said, looking and nodding. Yeah, Izuku asked, glancing at her. I'm going to give you a bunch of the daggers from yesterday, and I need you to stab them into the base of the crystal. Akito, weaken it as much as you can. I'll distract it. Bone Dagger Arsenal was the spell she used as she extended her hand. 15 or so daggers fell to the ground in a tidy heap. Then she teleported them to the crystal by opening a portal beneath them. Then she brought forth the black blade she had used earlier and hurried back into battle, calling forth more bears. Izuku sprinted as quickly as he could in the direction of the crystal, and he jumped slightly when a spell flew straight past him, stealing a piece of it. He reached a small pile of daggers, picked one up, and drove it into the crystal with all of his strength. Despite the crystal's reasonable resistance, the dagger slid in rather easily because it was so sharp and had a nice bonus. The gouge was quite significant because another spell struck the opposite side of the crystal. Izuku continued his work and turned to face the Crusader, who had just flung one of the bears against the wall nearby. There was a crunch, and then it was gone. Whoa, that thing is powerful. At the moment, Siren was attempting to fortify her weapon while hiding behind one of the celestial bears. This damn thing's actual body was shielded by a celestial right buff of some kind. She knew that the buff caused weapons that weren't celestial to explode, but she wasn't exactly sure what it did. That's what she was doing at the moment. You are now trying to make a new spell, gamer. Weapon of the Righteous is the spell that will be created. Materials needed. Demon Heart of level 10 or higher, minimum level of 10 in light magic, and connection to the celestial realm. I was really hoping to keep the heart for a different spell, she sighed. But I'd rather live than die here. She pulled out a deep red heart that was still beating while summoning bears in her pocket dimension. She watched as the heart began to melt after answering, yes, to the prompt. A new spell was made. The Righteous Weapon LVL, 1 XP, 0.00%. Call forth the Celestial Might Weapon. 10% of your normal celestial damage is dealt by this weapon. Price: 300 mana. Using her new spell, she said, better than nothing. She felt the sword's hilt as she reached through a blue and gold portal. When she took it out, she saw a golden blade that was precisely the same size as her typical profane weapon. Self-talk. Let's do this. You have gained the following buff. Hermes' Blessing, her sister's spell, hit her instantly after she leapt out from behind the bear. This spell always appealed to her because it gave her the impression that she could fly. The workings of a flying spell were a mystery to her and her mother. She drove the blade as hard as she could into the Crusader's side while running directly at its rear with Giga Impact at almost Mach 1. Insert level up, Righteous Weapon level, 3 XP, 21.78%. 10% to 12% damage. Mana, 300 to 320. For its size, the damn thing moves too quickly. It easily weighed more than 400 kilograms in the armor. It demonstrated its STR by swinging around a mace that weighed as much as it did. As she used Fade Shifting to appear behind it, the mace swung toward her center of mass and struck air. She had to block the attack right away. Although it was unable to stop the mace, her blade managed to deflect it, shattering it in the process. She was able to leap back and summon the new level of blade as a result. She checked her HP, mana, and stamina as soon as the summoning was complete. Hail Siren, Rift Queen class. Title: Dimensions Mistress. Level: 3253.78%. Age: Quirk. Dimension Traveler granted Gamer Light born. Health: 2270 1634. Mana: 4610 out of 5830. Strength: 1243 out of 2545. STR: 245. Cons: 227. Dex: 189. Agi: 197. Int: 324. Wis: 421. Cha: 134. Res: 282. Good Fortune: 8. Benefit: Casting Spells, Crafting Spells. Searing Spell. Features: Level 20 Maxed Sage of Heroes. Points: 31. She exhaled sharply and charged at the Crusader, aiming for its legs in the hopes of taking at least one out to slow it down. Okay, I'm halfway out of stamina, HP has a dent, and mana is nearly full. She used Giga Impact once more after getting hit by the buff while running. She didn't anticipate that it would be casting once more and nullifying her buff. All of your positive buffs from the spell anti-magic field are gone. Fuck. As she ran straight at it, losing most of her momentum, that was all she could think about. She had to teleport behind it once more, and she held her blade up in anticipation of the mace, ready to parry it. Unfortunately for her, the damn thing had already cast another spell on her and was expecting it. A red light struck her and threw her back. As she was launched into the air, she glanced at her HP. HP: 1334 2270. Ow. She could sense the spell or its effects, but judging by her HP, she could tell how bad it was. Fortunately, Akito's spell caused her to slow down and land on her feet. Those are too many to handle. I must devise an alternative strategy. As she aimed the remaining bears at it, she turned to face Izuku, who was laying the final daggers. Let's try to make this work. Izuku obeyed and ran back toward Akito after she waited for him to plant the one and gave him the all clear. Who was getting ready for the upcoming buffs. As soon as it hit her, she began to run in the direction of the Crusader, preparing her crash ring Quirk before attacking. Since portals are intent-based, she normally couldn't make an adversary go through them. Her mother invented this move, which allowed her to do so if her whiz was greater than the enemy res. Fortunately for her, that was true. The portal dumped everything in a neat little pile in the center of it, which was the only drawback. It also cost a lot of mana. In other words, she had to be quick to escape because she would be right on top of it after doing this. She was able to get close enough to see that 4 bears were in the ring with the crusader. This will hurt. She opened the portal, dumping all 6 of them directly beneath the path of the crystal. She couldn't tell up from down because she was enmeshed in a sea of golden blue fur. Something cold touched her leg as she tried to crawl out, and then it squeezed. Gamer's body was unable to relieve the pain for once, and as she attempted to crawl away, a cry escaped her throat. She felt nauseous as she looked at her HP. HP. 2270 This has to stop right now. She grabbed the bone daggers and cast the spell, relying on her mother's blessing. She heard the loud thud of the crystal shifting after the loud boom of the spell going off. She heard her name called out by her sister. Then there was darkness. Izuku was horrified to see the crystal fall onto the mass of armor and fur. Why would she do that? Izuku asked. He saw as Akito began to cast a variety of spells, and the crystal landed with a boom that rocked the earth before any of them could land. After a minute of silence while the dust cloud formed, there was an unexpected explosion that sent the crusader and crystal shards flying in all directions. At this point, Siren was the only thing still standing, or prone, and she was hardly conscious. In an instant, Akito was there after casting a spell on herself. He did the best he could to follow. "Sis, are you okay?" She grabs her missing leg and says, "Yeah, sleep would be good right now. I can't exactly walk." Izuku wanted to throw up. "What happened?" "Damn thing grabbed my leg and squeezed it off." A thump came from the directions as they were speaking, and the crusader was launched into the air. It was standing when Izuku turned around, and it had dropped the now broken mace. "Fuck. Akito cast the regen spell on me." Izuku said, "What's its HP at?" with a hint of fear. "In the thousands." "How?" He was becoming anxious. After that, it was subdued and replaced with inappropriate serenity. Akito whispered into her sister's ear after casting the spell on her. With a nod, Siren took an elixir from yesterday out of her pocket. "What are you planning?" With an extremely inappropriate smile, Akito abruptly became very gloomy. In other words, her hair was turning a pitch smoky black, and she was literally transforming into shadows. She became difficult to see, and before Izuku could ask her any more questions, she vanished. Looking at Siren, Izuku said, "Get us out of here before we get caught in the crossfire." Siren could only mutter. With a nod, Izuku lifted Siren, who was quite light, and carried her over to a few boulders so they could observe what would happen. What was that? Siren looked back at the crusader who was making his way to their previous location. Akito is a spellcaster through and through. She never put anything into STR, Dex, Agi, or Cha. She's just naturally cute. What you saw was her absorbing the darkness of the shadowscape and becoming one with it. Kind of like the perk you can get. The only difference is that she can back up the power up. What you are going to see is a spellcaster going all out against a being that is meant to hunt and destroy magic. Will she be okay? Izuku asked, his eyes widening. I honestly don't know. She just has to hold the thing off long enough for my leg to grow back. After nodding, Izuku posed a question that had been on his mind. So why didn't she just do the spell that restores HP and stamina on you like she did for me 2 days ago? Medic's respite can only be used when outside of combat. Healing spells are fickle and don't work during combat. Mom had one that could, but it caused the person being healed to lose a massive amount of XP in the process. After arriving at the boulders, they put her down and observed Akito at work. The crusader must have sensed the magic as they arrived at Akito's last known location. A bolt of thunder blasted it back and sent it flying, lighting up the entire cavern and shaking everything so that crystal fragments fell from the ceiling. Mana storm. It appears that she will offer commentary. Once more, a loud noise that seemed to chill the air attacked it as it crashed into the wall. Then suddenly a bomb detonated, causing a thick layer of frost to cover everything in the area. Cold snap, though much stronger than what I remember. Seemingly unfazed, the crusader broke through the ice and began casting. A moment afterward, a sphere surrounded it, emitting a subtle shade of blue. Probably some version of Mana's shield. Akito soaked the region in a ball of magma, seemingly unfazed by it. Magma bomb. It appeared as though the magma quickly cooled and solidified around the enemy, freezing them in place. The crusader appeared to be carving his way out of the new rock when Izuku heard a low rumble. A spear as wide as Izuku formed in midair and was launched toward the crusader before it could escape the hole. It flew back into the hole after smashing into the shield. Frost Giant's spear. Then, without stopping, she performed another spell that seemed to electrify the air. He covered his ears and watched as the crusader climbed back out of the hole, only to be hit by hundreds of lightning strikes that sent out an ear-piercing wail. Cover your ears if you don't want to go deaf for a while. Siren uncovered his ears as soon as he finished. He gazed at Siren's leg, which was growing bone and a few blood vessels, and said, "Odin's rage, I wonder how much mana she has left." He felt sick to his stomach. How much mana does she have? Somewhere in the 7,000s, I assume. How did she run out of mana yesterday then? I didn't run out and I have far less. Siren was staring at him. Izuku, how much do you think buffs cost in mana? Let alone a regeneration spell or even a debuff. He considered it but couldn't think of anything. I have no clue. Yesterday she was using mana Gatling like you, and right as she stopped casting, she cast a second spell that lowered the knight's armor even more so than what it was. She went in the negative by 800. He looked around at the damage the young girl was doing. She created a miniature storm cloud, froze everything that was wet, and even used the raindrops as spears to try to pierce the crusader's shield. No idea what that was. She launched bone spears from the ground when the shield didn't even break. Unlike yesterday, when the target was held, these spiraled bone spears made an unsuccessful attempt to rip through the shield. Reaper's Talon. What's its HP at? It has only gone down by 30. The damn shield is preventing almost all of the damage. She can't keep this up forever. Only until the elixir wears off and then maybe one more spell. Izuku examined her leg, which had hardly recovered since his last examination. Something caught his attention as he turned to face the battle. In the darkness close to the ceiling, he could just make out Akito's silhouette. Siren, what does it mean if I can see her? Fuck, she's out of the elixir. She swore as if she was staring at something that only she could see. The young girl waved her hands in what was undoubtedly her final spell as he turned back to face her. Akito's aura turned blood red, and crystals began to glow. Izuku was standing in front of Siren when an explosion erupted a moment later, blasting him back. There was an eerie aura to the red ooze that covered the entire cavern. She tried standing but was unable to use her leg because the muscle had only just started to form again. Fuck, she's out, we need to help her. Izuku got back up, shook himself off, and watched as Akito slid smoothly to the ground, directly in front of the crusader. His panic was short-lived, though, as Gamer's mind took over. What can I do? He hurriedly reviewed his upgrades in an attempt to come up with a strategy before deciding to take a chance. Hopefully, this works. Both physically and mentally, Akito was out. She wouldn't be negative because she had used Lost Chapter to restore some of her mana. However, that put her in a terrible situation. She hoped her sister's leg had healed enough to save her, even though she knew she was in danger. She looked at the status window of her sister. Level of Siren Hale, 32. Health, 23 out of 2,270. Mana, 1,876 out of 5,836. Strength, 1,153 out of 2,545. As of right now, the target is unable to walk due to a missing leg. Emergency aid. This goal is slowly regaining lost limbs. As she slowly dropped to the ground and landed in the crusader's arms, she thought, well, this was a bust. She had cast a slow fall spell on herself, so it took her a second to fall. The boss caught her by the neck and held her above him as she came within grabbing range. A gravelly voice, barely audible to her, whispered, "Death to all mages." Then it made a pop sound as it squeezed her neck. Similar to what happened with her sister, their mother's buff prevented her from dying and had forced the two adversaries apart, sending the crusader hurtling backwards but not far enough. After losing the only thing holding her up, she fell to the ground and saw the crusader skid to a halt. Then she saw that it had lost its spell shield. She had destroyed a weapon that was supposed to bring her down. Even though she was proud of herself, it wasn't enough to make her feel less afraid. The last thing she wanted was to die here. She wanted to have a child and find a boyfriend. What would happen to them would be unknown to father. Once more, The crusader approached her and attempted to step on her by placing its foot over her while wearing hundreds of kilograms of armor. She was given a prompt at that precise moment. A knight has sworn allegiance to you and will keep you safe both here on Earth and in the afterlife. Then something punched the crusader away, sending it flying. Izuku's shoes were barely visible to her. The main stat in all physical combat is STR, or strength. While fighting with some skill uses both STR and dex, throwing a simple punch uses only a small portion of your STR. Different ratios will be used for different types of combat. For example, using a sword at level 1 uses 60% of your total STR. At level 5, this ratio will rise to 70%, and at level 10, it will reach 75% of STR and 5% of dex. Additionally, different ratios are used for each style in stylized unarmed combat. If you have different fighting styles, these ratios will be listed separately. Penned on the reverse side of the page. Alright, as far as I'm aware, one for all can only be utilized through your own body. That being said, you can still learn them even if you don't have any weapons. For a gamer, unarmed combat is very special. A normal person can fight without a special style, but their growth is stunted. However, a gamer can easily create their own style and level it up to compete against masters of well-known styles. Congratulations! You've been transformed into a shining knight. It is now possible for you to declare a knight's vow. Level of knight's vow. Maximum number of oaths, 1 in use. You declare them your oathsworn when you use them on a target. Regarding this individual, you must adhere to the knight's code as their knight. You grant an oathsworn person's request to live when their life is in grave danger. All stats except luck will increase by 200%. Every 10 seconds, this buff increases by 10%. The duration of this buff is 2 minutes. The code of the knight. You will do everything in your power to uphold the life of your oath. Even at the expense of your own life, you have a duty to save the life of an oathsworn if you are able to do so. If you violate the code, you will be permanently debuffed with a negative 200% rating that will never go away. Choose carefully who you dedicate your life to. A new quality has been added. Hunker Down added. Level of Hunker Down. 1 XP, 25.00%. By physically preparing yourself, you can temporarily surpass your physical limitations. For 5 seconds, raise STR, con, and res by 20%. 24-hour cooldown. Short-term stat adjustments. Statuses. Hunker Down and Knight's Vow. Midoriya Izuku. STR. 87 a 261 a 313. Drawbacks. 100 a 300 a 360. Dex. 75 a 225. Agi. 62 a 186. Int. 95 a 285. Wis. 59 a 177. Cha. 15 a 45. Residence. 102 a 306 a 367. He was going to try, even though he might not be able to compete with this thing. He used Bone Blade while running and hurried the flying crusader. As the bone materialized in his hand, he felt it leave his body and stabbed as hard as he could without hesitation. He kicked off of it to get distance because he knew it would explode, and the blade did so violently. Level up. Bone Blade. Levels 1 a 2. Seeing through the attack, he called forth another and rushed in once more, but the crusader missed his strike. Izuku had been struck by Siren too frequently to be subjected to such an inexperienced assault. He swiftly ducked his head and drove the blade straight into the creature's neck. In an attempt to cripple the crusader, he kicked it off once more, aiming for its leg. It exploded as soon as he was out of range, and Izuku called forth another. Despite the burning sensation on his spine, he was unable to slow down. Level up. Bone Blade. Levels 2 a 3. Stats rise. Click to expand. Avoiding the pitiful blow, he dashed back in and drove the blade into the armor's chink close to the thigh. He heard a pained grunt and kicked again, this time aiming for the leg. The leg was neither severed nor rendered immobile by the explosion. He wanted to see what HP was doing. He was unprepared for a spell to go off point blank in his face, blasting him away, so he summoned another Bone Blade. A new ability acquired. Level 1 Spell Resistance XP, 0.00%. There are very few mages. However, in areas where they do exist, they have the potential to cause enormous harm to both individuals and society. Take their lives and resist their spells. Reduces the spell damage by 10%. A projectile landed where he was, and he quickly dodged out of the way after colliding with a nearby crystal. The area was covered in dust as the crystal broke under the strain. In the brief time it had, he had to block a sword that the crusader had summoned as he ran toward it once more. After the block, his bone blade exploded, injuring Izuku. Resuming his blade, he leapt backward and was struck in the back by a spell. Hermes' blessing is the new buff you have. He glanced back and saw that Siren was carrying her sister away, her leg having grown back. He ran at the crusader and turned back to it. He stabbed as hard as he could into the back of the knee joint, dodging the sword strike rather than blocking it. He cheered to himself when he saw how much damage the blade had done and how the crusader had been forced to kneel. The blade exploded as it struck the ground, further tearing the knee. Stats rise. Click to expand. Level up. Bone blade. Levels 3 of 4. Izuku called forth a second blade and threw off the explosion. He got a prompt and was blasted away from it after stabbing as hard as he could into the back of the head. He struck hard as he landed against the cave wall. Apparently enduring the agony, the crusader rose on its now defunct knee. Izuku moaned as he got to his feet. The enemy is now feeble and the celestial resistance has exhausted itself. Get them now. He lost the buff after taking a step forward and had to run, which felt like a slow pace. It summoned another blade and was now dual wielding, so he had to block it to make up for the crusader's lack of movement. One of the swords clipped Izuku, and the bone blade exploded in both of their faces. His left arm was gashed as he was whirled around. He called forth another blade and went for the knee, following the spin. The crusader was flung to its knee once more as a result of the explosion that followed his blade shattering against the armor. Izuku summoned another blade and attempted a fatal blow, but he was too late because the enemy had already stabbed him in the stomach with its free blade. His breath was taken away by the pain, and he began to panic. The fear was banished by the gamer's mind, which made him think calmly. He continued his initial attack and stabbed as hard as he could because he had no other option. Striking true after aiming for the eye slot, Izuku heard the eye pop and felt the blade crunch through it. Then the blade exploded, shredding Izuku's hand. But fortunately for him, the crusader's head went limp and it remained motionless. Blood began to pour beneath the helmet and out of the eye slots. Izuku tried not to look, but it was a little difficult because of the sword in his stomach. He attempted to close his eyes, but the mental image of blood and gray matter was too strong. The sword it had called forth began to fade as the night gradually began to deteriorate into shadow. Izuku collapsed backward and gazed at the ceiling as it vanished. He gave the world a little thank you as he glanced at his HP. HP, 654 out of 3000. He had just about survived what was undoubtedly a devastating blow to his life. He raised his head and watched the crusader fall apart. In addition to being prompted, Knight's Vow had run its course and he was nearly knocked out. He checked his statuses once more. Mioriya Izuku, HP, 654 out of 1000. 324 out of 800 stamina. The idea of nearly dying, even with a huge boost, only motivated gamer's mind to put in more effort. Raid group, congratulations. The dungeon's raid boss has been vanquished by you. You will get an XP boost because you are both underleveled and under party. XP increased by 100,000 plus an extra 40,000. Level advancement, 264.35%, 196,250 74,240ths. X5 level up. Additionally, you have earned the following stat points for completing the dungeon. STR plus 38, Con plus 23, Dex plus 43, Agi plus 48, Int plus 37, Wis plus 29, Cha plus 5, Res plus 24, Fortune plus 2. Gamer, congratulations. You are now at level 15, having advanced 5 levels. The following is what you have gained. 25 extra stat points. 1 quality point. The ability to form a party has been accessed by your gamer Quirk for reaching level 15. A party is easy because, as a gamer, you can add people to a group and monitor their stamina, mana, and HP. These bars are not visible to anyone in the group unless they are gamers themselves. As you can see below, he also earned qualities for hitting 100 in specific stats. Siren had approached him and peered down at him as he lay there still reviewing his statistics. You good? Izuku glanced at her and saw her eyes sweeping over him. Yeah, just taking stock and lying down. That last attack really hurt. She held out her hand and grinned, saying, I bet. You were stabbed right through the liver. Congrats on the levels by the way. Izuku was hauled to his feet after taking it. He was mentally exhausted, weak, and heavier. I feel nauseous. It's from the buffs wearing off, you'll feel like that for a while. Your body likes the feeling of being powerful and fluid. If you like the feeling, maybe you should work out more than cleaning a beach. She ended by glaring at him. With a cheek scratch, he said, hee hee, I'll tell All Might. Returning to Earth. How would you recommend training him? Leaning back and crossing his arms in contemplation. Well, he will never get tired unless it's fight training. So I suggest pushing him to his absolute limit every day as much as possible. Don't worry about burnout, it'll never happen. Just make sure what he is doing isn't using his stamina. What would be his limit? Do you know where his stats are? In retrospect, All Might recalled, he said they were in the 50 and above last time. I suggest testing his max speed and max weight limit. Best to figure that out and work from there. The Mighty replied, did your wife say anything about what will happen when Izuku gets one for all? Will it be affected by Gamer? Yes, it will. It will progress naturally, and the more control and usage it gets, the stronger it will become. As for what will happen to him eventually, she didn't say, all she said was wait and find out. With a laugh, All Might asked, did she always speak like that? Hideki grinned and nodded. She did. At first it annoyed me to no end, but eventually I learned it was for the best. Knowing the future tends to drive you crazy wanting to change it. The Mighty replied, wise words. Did she ever say how she came across the future site Quirk? She always said she came across it in America. Where was she from? Boston. We met there actually, spent a few months abroad on business, and she came back with me after we married. Until the children came home, All Might and Hideki discussed their time in America. Shadowscape. They had approached the area where Akito was lying. As he glanced over her, Izuku said, I'll be okay, after going to sleep I'll be right as rain. He took a seat inside her periphery and asked, how do you feel? She grinned and said, absolutely nothing. How can you be so happy right now? Izuku asked, perspiring. 1. We won. 2. I took down a shield that reduced all magical effects by 95%. 3. I now have my own knight in shining armor, who just happens to be a future #1 hero. She smiled as she finished, and he assumed she tried to count on her fingers but realized she couldn't. The heat was creeping up Izuku's neck. Beside him, Siren had taken a seat. Thank you, Izuku. He turned to face her and was embraced. It was a little uncomfortable, but not unpleasant. I'd hug you too, Buddha, Akito said out loud as they parted, and she looked down as she did so. Siren laughed. It's what you get for not stopping sooner. Also, you can hug him when you wake up. Sleep. Don't you da. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to resist the spell. Izuku questioned, she will be okay, right? She took out their sleeping bags and gave Izuku his, saying, yeah, the brat will be alright. Gamer's body is probably the only reason our family is even still alive after all the crap our mom put us and herself through. Got any good stories? She asked, laying it out and laying down. After spreading hers, she grinned and turned to face him, saying, most definitely. They conversed until neither of them could take any more stories. Izuku woke up the following morning to find something tumbling on top of him. When he opened his eyes, a dark-haired Akito was pinning him to the ground. Hi. She kept hugging and pinning him while saying, hello. Can I get up? Nope. Before Siren, who had already woken up, picked her sister up by the rumpled shirt, he lay there for a moment. Izuku paused to make his getaway. After that, she dropped Akito, who frantically went after Izuku. What is she doing? He asked as he hurried to his feet and ran behind Siren. Thanking you, I think. Siren shrugged as she moved out of her sister's path. She made it difficult for him to walk even with his STR because his legs were tackled. We going back now? He sighed. Siren replied, yeah, but there's something I need to give you. Akito also has something she wants to give you. He glanced down at the young girl, who was grinning broadly and had just extended her hand. His system was briefly taken aback by the volume of cues he received, so he held onto her hand. I learned 15 new spells. The list of them is below. His eyes widened at the spells he had just been given. One of them, Mana Storm, at level 1, could only deal a little damage and only produce 1 spark. It also didn't appear to return the favor. What level were Akito's spells at when she sent the Crusader flying backwards yesterday? Akito, thank you, he exclaimed, startled. No prob. She gave him another leg hug and remained there. With a sigh, Siren reached into her pocket and took out a book that was devoid of a cover and any clear markings. She extended the book to him and said, "Here." He took it and opened it, asking, "What is it?" Although it was blank, he did receive a prompt. The side quest is finished. Make it through Siren's adventure. Reward: a gift from mom, use observe. He glanced back down at the book, and a prompt appeared when he used observe. A locked object has been encountered by you. The password to this book must be spoken out loud. Who was your childhood friend? Is the clue Kachin? He asked, a little perplexed. Item unlocked. You've come across a specialized book. If you decide to read this book, you will get the following benefits. A peculiarity. It's a specialty book. What is that? What quirk will it give me? Grinning, Siren said, the thing that made mom, who she was. Hurry up so we can be siblings. Akito said as his eyes widened once more. The book fell apart as he shakily clicked yes. Unlocking a new quirk. Level of transference. 1 XP 0.00%. You can temporarily take levels from someone else's quirk with this one. Although it only lasts 5 seconds at first, it can last for a full day. At later levels, it may also be permanent. Gaining this quirk will also enable you to use it for special purposes, like copying objects and memories. You can only take one quirk if the target has two. 24 hours is the initial cooldown period. So what's it do for you right now? Siren said first, leaving Izuku stunned. Izuku stated the box exactly as it was. Then Akito turned to her sister and said, "That's really weird, Mom and I are able to just take quirks. What does it mean by levels?" Putting out her hand, Siren said, "Izuku use it on me. Maybe it's from him having gamer first. You and Mom were born with the quirk." Izuku attempted to activate his new quirk with a trembling hand, but it was unsuccessful. "How does it work?" Akito laughed. "Tell yourself, I'm borrowing this, and imagine taking something from the person." He nodded, shut his eyes, and visualized. He got another prompt after opening them. Quirk incorporated. Level 1 Dimensional Traveler. Click to expand. Then he exclaimed, "It worked." Try to do something. How? The time limit had passed before she could attempt to explain. Akito appeared to be frustrated. "That's so lame. It's going to take you so long to level it too. Quirks take 10 times longer to level than skills. And all it did was take a single level of my quirk from me. So I'm guessing the higher you level up your quirk, the more levels you also take. Also you probably won't be able to use it in battle anytime soon." With a raspberry blow, Akito said, "That was lame. Don't be a brat, he has another quirk and it's yours. So get over it," Siren said, massaging her temples. Another raspberry was blown by her. Izuku cracked a grin. "I don't care that it's such a low level or that it's virtually useless right now. Your family has given me so much and I could never ask for such great people in my life. Thank you for everything." He started to cry towards the end. Siren watched, allowing Akito to finish as he huffed his leg tighter. "You ready you go back?" Siren asked as soon as he had calmed down. He replied, wiping his face, "Yeah. Let's go back." As Izuku attempted to walk, Siren opened a portal, and he recalled. "Can you let go?" I asked, glancing down at Akito. She smiled and said, "Nope." He sighed and dragged himself through the portal, following Siren's lead. Izuku glanced at the clock as they entered the other side and said, "Only 20 minutes have gone by. It seems to have never happened. This girl will live forever," he said, glancing at Siren. "Welcome back," said All Might, who was still deflated. Izuku bowed to All Might while still carrying Akito and began to apologize, saying, "I'm sorry for latching on to you when we first met. I now realize how annoying it is." "All good my boy, it's how we met after all and I think you have a new fan." All Might laughed as he glanced down at his leg and gave Akito a vigorous nod. He glanced back up at the slightly flushed Izuku. "How did it go?" Hideki asked. "Great." Izuku reached level 15 and learned quite a few spells, Siren said as she sat down. "He's awesome," was Akito's response as well. Izuku gave his cheek a scratch and chuckled a little. He asked, glancing between his daughters, "What happened?" "Nothing," Siren replied, "Normal day, normal dungeon." "Then why is Akito becoming a barnacle on his leg and why is her hair black now?" he said with a deadpan expression. Akito gave her father a raspberry blow. Siren is prone to lying, saying things like, he did something pretty cool and she took a liking to him. After giving her a doubtful look, her father turned to face Izuku and sighed slightly, saying, whatever, you're both safe. Any more questions, kid? Izuku shook his head after giving it some thought. Their father got up, bowed in return, and walked toward the door, saying, thank you three for everything, and I hope your future is filled with happiness. She went to the door and waited with her father after Siren stood up, gave Izuku a piece of paper, and said, if you need advice or want to go to the shadowscape again, let me know. Akito, let's go. No, Akito. No, she was now nearly severing his leg's blood supply. Don't make me get you. She scowled at her father and said, bring it, old man. With a smile on his face, her father's dark hands shot out to grab her. She called out, Izuku, help. Looking down at her, Izuku laughed and said, I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. He sensed her strain as she was dragged away, and he exclaimed, betrayal. As they prepared to depart, their father bowed to All Might and said, please make the kid the hero my wife thought he could be. Goodbye. He then opened the door and left, with the sisters waving to Izuku as they did so. Akito was still floating in midair. As they departed, All Might asked, did you have fun? Later on in the day, All Might had driven him to the beach he had been cleaning for the past 2 months and said, Izuku, my boy, I believe it is time. For what? It is time for you to receive one of all. I can't imagine a better time to start training harder than ever and to make a name for yourself at the entrance exam, said All Might, grinning and poofing into his muscular form. I would be glad to take on the mantle, Izuku said with a nod. My boy, this is not a mantle, this is a torch. He placed his hand on the young man's shoulder and said, you are ready for it and will take it even further than I have already. I believe in you. A name is a mantle, and being the last flickering light in the night is a calling. He then plucked a hair from the young man's head. Update on the quest. The torchbearer of the new. You are prepared to receive the quirk one for all, according to All Might. To continue, do as he says. Prize. One for everyone. All Might held out a hair as he swiped the box away. What? Izuku asked, staring at him bewildered. To receive one for all you need to take a sample of my DNA. Now eat this. Looking at All Might, who was just staring at him, Izuku took the hair. He needed to consider what he would ask or say. The new quirk sounded like the opposite of the one that had been given to him. Should he tell All Might about it? He made the choice to disclose, Sir, before this happens, I need to ask you something. Are you sure I'm right for this? I already feel like I have so much power with 2 quirks already, and the sisters are going to help me get a third. Don't you think someone else would be better? With a slight flick of his forehead, All Might said, my boy, you are more than worthy of this power, but if you wish to change your mind, I must know. I'll give you tonight to think it over. Good night. After deflating, All Might made his way back to his vehicle. He walked home with a sigh. Izuku waited for something while seated at his desk. Anything, a sign. He didn't want to risk hurting someone else's feelings, but he truly wanted to make All Might proud. With a sigh, he got up and headed for the kitchen. What level is she? He asked himself, glancing at his mother. Observe. Mioriya Inko. Level 5. 41 years old. Strangeness. Telekinesis. Health. 330 out of 330. Mana. 1055 1055. 365 365 stamina. STR. 24. Con. 33. Dex. 28. Agi. 25. Int. 65. Wis. 73. Cha. 56. Res. 38. Good fortune. 9. The strongest feeling anyone can have is your mother's love for you, treasure and cling to it. Note has advanced in level. LVL. 1-2. Keep in mind LVL. 3 XP. 0.00%. You can view statistics and potentially hidden information about people and objects with this skill. Name, age, level, stats, and quirk rank are among the details disclosed. Describe quirk rank. The only change was the wording next to the quirk when he used observe on his mother once more. What does it mean that his mother had an A-level quirk? Mom. Yeah hun, with your quirk, how much did you train it? Inko looked ashamed when she responded, well, not very much. When I was in school the only thing I could attract was a pencil on a neighbor's desk. Now I can get something from across the kitchen. Why do you ask? This indicates that she has a relatively low level. Should I see what she can do with her quirk? He made her uneasy by staring at her for a while before asking, do you mind if I try something? I promise it won't harm you. I don't mind, honey, I trust you, Inko said with a smile. He grabbed her by the shoulder and triggered transfer. Quirk incorporated. Level of telekinesis. 1. You can use your mind to move people and objects thanks to this quirk. Maximum weight. 1 ounce. Maximum distance. 1 meter. He glanced at his mother once more, who was staring at him bewilderedly. So his mom could probably only attract small objects thanks to her level being so low. As the duration expired, he released his grip and said, Mom, I think your quirk is just really low level. Still perplexed, Inko asks, what do you mean? I just used my quirk on you and it said that at level 1 it could only pick up 1 ounce from a meter away. I think if you were to focus on leveling it and picking up heavier and further objects your quirk could get a lot stronger. With a somewhat vacant expression, Inko chuckled and said, Izuku, I'm much too old for that and what would I do with it now? I may stay at home, Mom. Of course his mom wouldn't care, Izuku thought, slapping his forehead. Instead, he scratched the back of his head and said, I guess you're right. While cooking, Inko said, well, dinner will be ready in a bit, so get cleaned up. With a nod, he made his way to the restroom. The following morning, my boy, have you come up with a decision? Was asked as he got into the car after All Might had picked him up as he had stated the following morning. Izuku gave a nod as he entered. I'm willing if you believe it's the best choice. I may not think I'm the greatest choice, but I'm willing to give it my all. Excellent. Still got the hair. All Might smiled. After washing it the previous evening, Izuku pulled it from his pocket and said, right here. Down the hatch then. Izuku put it over his mouth and swallowed it despite nodding. The shiver pushed out despite his best efforts to stop it. That wasn't pleasant. 1 for all is currently being transferred, 1/100%. Life isn't always pleasant, though this for me is one of those times. His mentor exclaimed, laughing. Izuku was unable to contain his smile. That All Might genuinely wanted him to have it made him happy. Before UA began, he made the decision to train as if the world were ending. However, that raised the query, All Might, where are we going? He deflated after saying cryptically, wait and see. The smile persisted. All Might addressed him once more after a minute or two had passed. Say, yesterday you said you had 2 quirks. How did you get another one? She asked. Catherine left a book that I could absorb to gain her quirk. It's called transference. It lets me take levels of another person's quirk. With his mouth hanging open, All Might asked, so you can use the quirks? Izuku gave a nod, as long as I know how the power works, but I only get 5 seconds with them right now. Looks like you have something new to train now. I would fear facing you in the future, he said. Izuku laughed strangely. Finding the location. The second UA, high school. What are we doing here? He said, turning to face All Might. All Might grinned as brightly as his muscle formed when he said, we needed somewhere to train, and after asking the headmaster, he allowed us to use one of the training courses. More like begged. All Might and Izuku jumped in their seats and gave a little shout. Might had become so frightened that he assumed his muscular form. They noticed that the UA principal was seated in the back seat. Without waiting for a response, he said, he actually begged me to use the training course. And knowing the destructive power of 1 for all, I said yes. Can't let you go around destroying objects in normal society now, can we? And exited the vehicle. Did you know he was back there? Izuku asked, turning to face All Might. All Might deflated and shook his head. I would have said something if I knew. A tap came from the window. You two coming or not? With a sigh, All Might and he exited the vehicle. Now Izuku, you will be using an indoor training ground that Smentos is able to fix very easily. I have already had him prepare a few weight for you, and a running track around the perimeter of the campus for you to run on. If you don't mind me asking, Izuku, why were you hesitant to take the power in the first place? He turned to the child, who turned to face All Might, who gave a nod. He knows all about it, kid. I don't know. I feel like I have so much already and getting 1 for all on top of it just seems like too much, Izuku said, sighing as he turned to face Nezu. Izuku nodded, and Nezu said, understandable, though you have to remember, you are extremely weak right now, are you not? Then you should take every advantage you have access to and train them all. It's also not like you can't pass on one for all, eventually. Just like All Might, you'll eventually find someone who you believe will be right for the power. Izuku considered training a child who was similar to himself. At the moment, he was unsure of what to do. How did Cat manage to locate them, let alone train a random child? Perhaps he should let fate decide since All Might was an accident. Or should he, like Cat, cheat fate by using some kind of premonition quirk? All Might was looking over his shoulder when he felt a hand touch it. Don't worry about the future, focus on the now, and how to wield the power in you. He nodded as he calmed down, saying, "Thank you, sir." "No worries, my boy. How long am I going to be training here?" Nezu chimed in, "Sunday only, every other day of the week it is used for normal students. So take full advantage of it." All Might replied, "The rest of the time will be spent cleaning the beach. After that's done, you will have free time during the week, focus on your other skills, take the girl up on her offer, and train even more." Izuku considered it, but he was a little apprehensive after what had happened the first time. Perhaps he could learn how to fight properly, or create a fighting style of its own. They kept walking in the direction of the training center, where two of the teachers greeted them. Smintos was instantly recognizable to him, but the other one was unfamiliar. "Ishiyama, Aizawa, to what do we owe the pleasure?" First up was Smintos. "I didn't have much else to do, so I decided to come and watch for anything I need to repair." Nezu gave a nod. "Much obliged, and yourself, Aizawa? I'd assume you'd be sleeping right now." The man with dark hair grumbled, "Was planning on it, but then I overheard Smintos speaking to Present Mike, about a kid who could destroy stuff. And knowing you, I would be stuck with him, so decided to see for myself." Nezu nodded and pushed Izuku forward after he stumbled, saying, "You're a great teacher." "Well, this is him. He has a quirk like All Might, which is how he was found, and because of that there's no place for him to actually train. His name is Izuku." Aizawa looked at him with a lazy expression. Nice to meet you, sir. And it's nice to meet you, Mr. Smintos." Smintos returned the greeting with a nod. "What can you do?" Aizawa asked, simply staring at him. He could feel the palms of an imaginary face. Hit stuff, really hard?" he asked. Gazing at All Might, Aizawa sighed and said, "This is your fault." All Might did not argue, but sputtered. Conversely, Nezu chuckled and entered the building. "Shall we begin?" With a nod, Izuku said, "Yes please. The one for all transfer is finished. A new talent discovered, XP. 0.00% 1 for all LVL, 1. With the help of this quirk, you can access the power that previous users have accumulated and use it to generate enormous bonuses for physical stats. Right now, using 1 for all with any bone has a 99% chance of breaking it. As you level up, this chance decreases. To use this quirk, all physical stats must be 100. Wow, I'm curious about the bonus." As he entered the dome, he was greeted by numerous stone pillars formed from square boulders and an enormous variety of stones shaped like weights. As he approached him, Smintos said, "I tried to make the standard workout equipment, but be careful, a lot of the equipment is much heavier than it looks. The pillars easily come apart and are meant for punching. Have fun." He grinned and continued into the bleachers. Aizawa simply walked past him to the bleachers while carrying Nezu on his shoulder. He got the thumbs up from Nezu. As All Might approached him, he began giving him commands. Later, he joined the other educators. Aizawa was asked, "What's his quirk?" Replied All Might, "He has a grab bag quirk. He can do a number of things, one of them is to accurately assess his own and others' strength. He's also able to increase his strength exponentially, like my own, and another I believe is he can take quirks of others." "Why is he just training this now? Did he even go to school?" asks Aizawa, who is staring at him. "He manifested the physical side of his quirk little over a month ago, after he met me. I'm sure you remember the supermarket incident." Aizawa replied, "After dealing with the press, I went to talk with the boy about what he did and reprimand him. Talked to him for a while and helped him figure out part of his quirk. I've been working with him for the past month on it and he finally got to the point where we can't really work outside anymore." "How did he learn about the quirk stealing?" hummed Aizawa. "I don't know, it happened when he was at home." After giving All Might a long look, Aizawa turned back to the boy undergoing training. "Sure. After 2 hours. Nezu was working on a laptop. Aizawa and Smintos had fallen asleep, and Izuku had been working for a few hours. Right now, All Might was approaching him. Say, how did Gamer affect One for All? It says I can gain a bonus to my stats from accessing it, but I have a 99% chance to break my bones. You once said Gamer had bonuses at certain levels. Does One for All have any? Let me check. Upgrades. Quirks. One for All, Transference, Gamer. Secured. The lengthy list can be found below. It says I can get something called Full Cowl once One for All reaches level 15. The levels after that are all question marks. How long would it take you to reach that point? Hummed All Might, placing a hand to his chin. Izuku reflected, according to the sisters, it takes 10 times longer to level a quirk. So I'm guessing a very long time. He smiled at Izuku and hummed once more, why don't we get started? Are you sure, sir? With widening eyes. With a nod, All Might said, go for it, break down the pillars. He reached out and touched it as he approached the enormous pillars. He sort of whispered to All Might, how do you activate your power, sir? Clench your glutes and scream, smash. With all your heart, he replied with a smile. As he said this, he punched the air. All right, I can handle this. I'll be with the teachers, good luck. Izuku watched him leave, then sat down, staring at his fist. Okay, let's do this, he said softly to himself. He pulled his arm back, yelled smash, and punched the stone pillar. The first was that he received a notification that his arm had broken, and then the bottom block of the pillar broke into numerous pieces. The air pressure of the block above it fell straight down to replace the bottom, throwing him back in the process. He checked his XP gauge for One for All while he lay there. That was a great punch that gave 10% of XP. Although he was unaware of the exact amount of the bonus, he assumed it was substantial based on the outcome. He turned to see that some more teachers had arrived after hearing a commotion behind him. If it weren't for the fact that the majority of them appeared prepared for combat, he would have been thrilled. Nezu hurried down, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Izuku could hear the laughter in his voice as he said, it's okay everyone, just some training going on. Though, I have to congratulate you all on keeping up with training yourself. You got here in less than a minute. He was unable to identify the source of the statement, who's training? All Might. Nezu chuckled as All Might descended again and assisted him in standing up. Close, but it's actually a kid he found. All Might took him under his wing and is currently training him. When they arrived, Izuku bowed and introduced himself, apologizing for the disruption he had caused. A few of the teachers glanced at All Might as he helped him up. A few complained, took the apology, and left. However, a few people had moved over to the bleachers where Aizawa was sitting in his sleeping bag after accepting the apology. Nezu asked, that looks like it hurts, do we need Recovery Girl to come? After turning to face Izuku and examining his hand, Izuku cast Emergency Aid and touched his arm with his free hand, saying, I can deal with it. He watched as his arm slowly fixed itself after receiving the notification for a new status. Seeing and feeling bone realignment without assistance was strange. With a fascinated look at his arm, Nezu says, you left that out of your report, All Might. Honestly, I didn't know he could do that, All Might said, scratching the back of his head. He turned back to the teachers and sat down to speak with them after nodding. Izuku asked, should I keep going? I think they expect a show, so why not give it to them? Everyone might nod. I got some new spells, or should I focus on One for All? He smiled as he said, how about both? Izuku could support that. Fireworks are in order. Your entire HP is represented by your constitution or con. In addition, it symbolizes your natural armor and resilience. A hit's initial effect will decrease and its effects will become less incapacitating as your con rises. It determines your chances of passing checks from pushing and pulling when combined with STR. You will successfully pass the check if you have 10 in both stats and are facing a creature with 15 STR. Numerous characteristics, including size, training, and attributes, influence this likelihood. Sticky note, I have nothing to say, but con is crucial. You're frequently punched. Present Mike shouted, All Might, what are you feeding this kid? From less than 5 feet away. I assure you that it's just him, All Might said with a smile. They had spent the last 30 minutes watching Izuku easily destroy enormous rock boulders, conjure fire, make ice weapons, and shoot tiny lightning bolts. But every time his arm broke. At the moment, the child was resting on a bench and allowing his arm to recover. What can't he do? Midnight asked. The Mighty said, honestly, I have no idea, he's pulling out tricks I've never seen before. He's clearly been training at home on smaller stuff. With a growl, Aizawa said, problem child. Isn't every kid to you? Nezu laughed. Aizawa merely complained. Ectoplasm inquired, how do you plan on training him? All Might said aloud, well, he has a limited amount of energy he can draw from, so I was going to have him increase his pool. Alongside that and actually using his powers, I have no clue. He received deadpan looks from some of the teachers. All Might chuckled at this, saying, it's not like there's a guidebook for this kind of thing. Looks like you have a project until the entrance exam, the principal hummed. With a slight chuckle, that I do. Anyone willing to spar with him in the future? I'm pretty sure if he can heal himself with ease, he can do the same for you. He didn't have to look at the person who said, I wanna dance with him. The sound of leather was more than enough. Sorry Midnight, he has perfect control over his mind, your quirk won't work on him. With a seductive smile, Midnight said, oh, I don't need my quirk. Sure, how about next week? Might have been the last thing on anyone's mind. She purred, keeping her gaze on Izuku, who had unintentionally torn up his shirt, most definitely. He tried to ignore the source and concentrated on his status updates, saying, I feel uncomfortable. Level 2 was reached by broken arm, one for all. I had gained some stat points and a few spells had leveled up. For a half hour, not bad. Wellness, 1230 out of 1230. Mana, 95 out of 1515. 1245 1245 stamina. His bars were running low, and as he observed his arm healing itself, he thought, sucks emergency aid can't level up. If it could, it would have been helpful. With the last of his mana, he cast Medic's Respite on himself, and he shouted, I hit my limit. As he looked up at the bleachers, All Might walked down after giving him the thumbs up. How about just working out your stats for now? I asked him. Izuku raised his eyebrows, that sounds fine, what do you think I should work on first? All Might sang, well your constitution seems to be your limiting factor so that I guess. I agree with the concept, but I have a minor concern, how am I going to train it? He opened his mouth to speak, then shut it again. How did you get it so high up originally? He asked, having finished his thought. All he could recall in retrospect was getting hurt each and every time. I only remember getting hurt every single time. The Mighty said, well we can't do that, so how about you try amped up endurance training? What do I need to do? He asked, nodding. He took out a little notebook, glanced at it, and gave himself a nod. This, he said, turning the page to Izuku, but no breaks and repeat until we leave. After taking a quick look at the page, Izuku said, sir, that just says pulling a boulder while running. The Mighty said, working through the pain and agony should increase your con just fine. A significant problem surfaced as he considered it. Sir, working through pain and agony will increase resilience. Anyone want to punch him a bit and help him learn to dodge? He asked, turning back toward the bleachers and letting out a sigh. Izuku looked surprised and didn't think any of the teachers would actually accept the offer. In particular, it's Midnight. Armed with her whip, she descended as quickly as she could. You ready kid? All Might said, just dodge or take hits no punching. Got it, while placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder. With a nod, Izuku swallowed, yes sir. Good, we'll go on until you're low or Midnight gets tired. Whichever happens first. They both gave a nod and bided their time until All Might returned. Ready big boy? She asked, cracking her whip. Izuku swallowed once more and said, yeah. After 4 hours. The teachers were mostly gone. Aizawa and Nezu were the only ones who remained. One was still working on his laptop, while the other was asleep. All Might scanned his predecessor, who was now being whipped to death. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to move quickly enough to avoid it. Midnight was slowing down, and he could tell she was growing tired. Shall I give it a call? Nezu was talking to him. I say let her go until she runs out of juice, she doesn't get the opportunity to do this every often and she's seemingly enjoying herself. Then he nodded and said, that works. What's his real quirk? Aizawa asked after a few minutes of silence. All Might glanced at Nezu, who merely looked at him. The Mighty said, his quirk is called Gamer, it turns him into a video game character according to him. It quantifies everything about his life into stats and levels. How was he using different elements and healing himself? Aizawa asked, simply looking down at the boy. I have no clue, All Might said honestly, shrugging a little. He spent some time with a couple of kids who helped train him and he came back able to do that. Aizawa gestured to the one-sided fight and hummed, how do you plan on training him? This will not cut it, he needs better training. He began to wilt. I honestly have no idea what to do for him. He never gets tired, never needs sleep and is able to function at 100% 24/7 as long as he doesn't use up his HP, mana, and stamina. It's not the easiest thing to find some way for him to train. After giving All Might a quick glance, Aizawa said, that actually made some sense. He got up, took out the sleeping bag, tossed it over his shoulder, and headed for the door. He gestures over his shoulder and says, I'll figure something out over the week, I'll send you a message for more details later. All Might was somewhat taken aback. He's an amazing teacher, but he doesn't like people lying to themselves. He believes they need to admit where they are and build up from there, Nezu said in a high-pitched, squeaky voice. Not much I can say about that, he simply nodded. All Might glanced at him and nodded, asking, how about we talk about your teaching position? So I was planning on having you after an hour, panting, breathless, I'm done kid, I have patrol later tonight. Although he was unable to sense the pain or welts, Izuku gazed at the woman. He bowed and thanked her, knowing it had been helpful. Let's talk to All Might shall we? He said as he was instantly seized by a whip and jerked in her direction. He detested the fact that Gamer's mind didn't focus on what it considered to be a good emotion. The teacher smiled at him as he stammered out, yeah. They moved in the direction of Nezu and All Might, who were conversing. They heard Midnight say, I'm done and tired now. After calling back down, All Might said, thank you Midnight for your help. She stretched and yawned, saying, patrol tonight is going to suck. After glancing at his mana, Izuku said, I can help with that. Oh can you big boy? Midnight purred, grinning lopsidedly. Izuku stammered, not like that. As he felt his face flush. He then extended his hand and prodded Midnight in the arm. Medic's respite. She exuded a yellow aura, and he could see that she was no longer sleepy. Thanks, kid, I'll have to have you do that again. She winked at him before heading for the door, saying, bye. Izuku asked, are we done for today? As he glanced up at All Might. With a nod, All Might said, let's get you back home. The training is finished. The following stat increases have been granted to you. STR, +18. Con, +27. Dex, +12. Agi, +21. Int, +8. Wis, +2. Cha, +11. Res, +16. Additionally, you have earned 2000 XP for Sparring. Zuku responds to me, Akito. Right in one, you got my number, but how? Siren, you texted, but why? Say desires a return to the shadowscape. Do you want to go? Did he? At the moment, he was attempting to complete the remaining online coding lessons while seated in front of his computer. His int was gradually increasing, but it was dull. Over the past few hours, he had scored 4 points. He might benefit from a change of pace. This is going to start getting harder and harder, he sighed to himself. Yes, where are we going to meet? He awaited a response, but it never arrived. Then a black portal opened and he heard a swirling sound above him. He attempted to move out of the way, but since he was seated, he didn't have much room. They both fell to the ground as Akito, who was still sporting shadow black hair, landed on top of him. With a broad smile, she said, hi. If he had sensed the pain, he would have moaned. Rather, did you have to do that? He inquired. Another portal opened, this time directly in front of his door, before she could respond. Siren, who didn't seem very happy, emerged from it. She gestured for them to pass through the portal. Akito grabbed hold of Izuku's back as he emerged from his grave. He could now carry her around with ease because of his improved stats and the fact that she hardly weighed anything. Siren followed him through the portal and shut it after crossing. When she turned to face Akito, he was immediately hit by a blast of purple fire that did nothing but make him jump. But Akito had already experienced the effects, so she leapt off his back and doused the flames with a water spell. What did I say about stealing my quirk? Yelled Siren, still furious. Saying, not like I didn't give it back immediately. Why are you so mad? Akito crossed her arms and blew a raspberry. Her sister snorted and threw a cold wind at her. Akito instantly became rigid and was covered in ice from head to toe. "Oh ha ha, unfreeze me now," he exclaimed. "Get yourself out," Siren said with a sly smile as she turned to leave. With a loud growl, the younger girl began to glow. Izuku was astounded to see her hair turn white and appear to be dripping black. The ice that surrounded her seemed to melt away and become part of her. "That's cool, how did you do that? If you gain enough control you can transfer elements and energy into you. I'm only able to do it once a day though. Also don't touch me," she responded, although she was still snarling a little. "You'll get frostbite if you touch me." Izuku laughed and said, "Should we go?" With a sigh, Akito began to follow her sister. "Where are we going?" he called up to Siren, looking around and not really recognizing any of the area. In response, she turned to face him and said, "One of the last places Mom took us. It's a floor down, so there are mobs wandering around but they shouldn't be too much of an issue." She seemed to read Izuku's mind as he was about to ask a question. "And no, we won't be going into a dungeon. Not after the last one, at least until we can level much higher." He was reminded of that. Observe, Hail Akito. For statistics, see below. According to Sei, her cha was in the low 200s and not particularly high. So what is high? 300, 400, her int and wis were in the 400s, while her other stats were in the low 100s. Both of her peculiarities were regarded as S-class, which raised the question once more. What was the rank of a quirk? He used. Observe, once more while glancing at Sei. Still unable to access her statistics. "What's a quirk rank?" replied Akito. "A quirk is ranked by how much potential it has for destruction. A's can level a city if they try hard enough, and AS can bring a nation to its knees." He was kind of blown away by that. How does gamer or gamer light qualify as AS then? Siren turned around, but before she could respond, Akito used what he thought was Mana Storm to blast her. She approached her sister, whose hair was standing on end, and said, "That's one reason, and another is this." A yellow aura, probably Medic's respite, enveloped Sei. So access to magic, and the ability to heal instantaneously. Although she got a frostbite as a result of her sucker punch to her sister's arm, Siren achieved her goal. It knocked Akito to the ground a few feet away. That, and theoretically, we can increase our stats to the point that we can surpass anyone. Unlike a normal person who has to spend a lifetime to train a stat to reach absurd levels. A gamer can reach that level in less than half that time, in all stats. She glanced at her sister. You and her, having access to transference, which is also S rank, are able to not only steal quirks and thoughts, but are able to copy items with enough mana. You could easily steal knowledge of how to make a nuke, make it, and then copy said nuke multiple times. Don't worry, it was just one of the ways Mom thought of on why transference was considered S. Izuku's shocked expression must have been telling. Another easy way is that you could just go around and steal all the quirks you wanted. That did not improve his mood. After getting back up on her feet, Akito jumped up to him and exclaimed, "Yeah, if you wanted to be evil, you'd have a really easy way to do it." She cheered, but she was hit in the back with a spell that made her yell. Mom said no evil, you know what she said. Izuku gave her a curious look and asked, "What do you mean?" Akito appeared to relax, so he must be serious when he says, "The negative absolutely no one besides the three of us can know." After giving it some thought, he nodded his head and said, "If a gamer gets a taste for evil they are almost immediately corrupted. You've probably noticed there is no alignment in the stat page, correct? That's because life can be equally good and evil, people do good and evil things without thinking about them. A gamer is the same way, but the difference is that you gain access to the evil alignment if you purposely do bad. I have no idea how gamers' mind will be affected by it, but the evil alignment makes your spells more deadly, but you have a natural disposition toward betrayal and hate." "How do you know this?" he inquired. Replied that, when Mom was in high school apparently, she did something really mean to kids she didn't like and gained the evil alignment. It caused her to go slightly crazy and her eventually expulsion from the school. "What did she do?" "We don't know, Mom wouldn't tell us." "But do you understand, Izuku?" Sei said after Akito shrugged. He gave a nod. She led them into the darkness and said, "Then let's get going." So how many skills do you have?" He counted. 5. Why? As he opened his skills page. "That's it," she said, screeching as she finished, staring at him blankly. "Is that low?" he asked her, a little startled. I have almost 100 and Sei has a lot more than that, she said, palming her face. Siren began to laugh, and he went a little pale. Do you know how to gain skills? Aki glared at him. Just do them a bunch of times. Yes and no. For some skills that will work, but for active skills, you need to think about them. Like sprint, you can run really fast normally, but to gain the skill you need to focus on going faster and force your body to push itself. Try it. After a brief moment of hesitation, he picked up a boulder a short distance away and started to fly. A ping greeted him as he focused on his speed and willed his body to move more quickly. He checked it while moving slowly so as not to bump into anything. A new ability was developed. Sprint Active XP, 0.00% LVL, 1. Increase your running speed at the expense of your endurance. Boost. Agi, 4%. Cost of stamina, 100 per second. Handy. But costly. He turned to face Akito and gave her a thumbs up, asking, did you get it? Sei waved him in the direction they had been going when she cheered. What other skills do you have? Coding, blade combat, lying, spell resistance, and document forging. She appeared to ponder for a while. She glanced up at her sister and said, we need to get you more skills. Sis, teach Zuko a couple of skills. As she opened another portal, Siren turned around and sighed, sure, come here. He approached her. This one featured a variety of natural hues. Where does this go? Well, I can't really teach you anything here since this place is pretty much dead. So we have to go somewhere else. With a gasp, Akito charged through the portal. With a sigh, Siren turned to face him and said, don't freak out. He raised an eyebrow and entered the portal ready for anything. The portal opened into a dense forest with leaves that nearly obscured the sun and trees that reached for the sky. There wasn't much foliage on the ground, and it grew primarily in the areas of sunlight that reached the floor. He turned to face Akito, who had a huge big in his arms. It seemed to be snuggling up to the young girl as it rumbled and chittered. Where sunlight struck it, the pure black glowed in a multitude of colors. The shell moved and ground against itself as its numerous legs stamped the ground in a captivating pattern. Before he could ask the obvious question, Siren approached him from behind and said, yes, and Akito named it when she was 4 years old. It's the only intelligent animal in this world and no, we don't know why. Akito exclaimed, and he's the best thing in the world, and delved further into its chitin. We're going to use this place to train a couple of different skills. So let's start. She motioned for him to come along. Aki, riding leg, followed them as they ventured into the forest beyond the clearing. Beside a patch of soft ground, Siren knelt down. She gestured him down and indicated a faint paw print in the ground. See the 3 toes and the depression toward the back? He replied, no creature that lives here is normal, so I won't quiz you on what it could be, but we're going to follow this track. You're taking the lead, look for what you think would be an irregularity. If you miss something important, I'll stop you. He looked close to the first track after nodding. He picked his path and continued after 2 more went off in one direction. After 30 minutes, with much assistance from Siren, the stealthy made their way to a rock outcropping. Leg was nearly silent as well. The sound of his feet stamping was like water droplets falling in a steady rhythm. He made himself be quieter as they approached, and he was rewarded for his efforts. A new ability was developed. Sneak Active XP, 0.00% LVL, 1. Get away from your enemies and stay away from death. Develop the ability to hide from anyone or anything. Increase in hide chance of 1%. Cost of stamina, 5 per second. When he finally reached the boulders, he looked over and was rewarded with a strange-looking creature. The feet caught his attention right away. They were a cross between catpaw and bird foot. Instead of having a long neck, the creature had a rather short, stubby neck with a cat head and beak. Its body and legs resembled those of an ostrich crossed with a large cat. Despite lacking wings and feathers, it had a plump body and legs with sharp claws. A ping came to him. Siren put a finger to her lips and took hold of his arm. He could just make out what he thought were babies when she pointed to the top of it. They were probably sleeping while the adult was drinking from a small pond, and they resembled bright white copies of the adult. They walked slowly back toward the tree line, checked his notifications, and he nodded and ducked away. A new ability was developed. Active Natural Tracking LVL, 1 XP, 0.00%. You can follow the footprints and clues of people moving through natural areas, unlike urban tracking. To the end of life, follow an animal's or a person's prints and markings. Chance of successful tracking, 25%. Upon reaching a secure distance, he declared, I got sneak and natural tracking. Siren nodded and began to describe the various methods for locating forests, deserts, gullies, and bodies of water. That's good, there are 2 more skills I can teach you right away. One is astral direction and the other is terrain scouting. Let's do terrain scouting first. Even though he had no idea what he would do with this, it was still useful. After his brief education, he got a ping. Akito was playing a game with the giant bug after deciding it was boring. A new ability was developed. Scouting on terrain LVL, 1 XP, 0.00%. Use the land's way to find where you need to go. The world's hidden gems can be found by tracing the rises and valleys of mountains. Bonuses received. Capacity to identify the broad categories of a given terrain. He looked at her questioningly and said, got the skill, but question how do I level it? You have to use the skill to find a terrain you're looking for. You won't have much need for it honestly. The one that's actually helpful is astral direction. It's a little tricky to learn as you'd normally only be able to gain the skill if you use a perk point. She laughed as she raised her arms and puffed on her chest. But me being the amazing person I am, was able to figure out a way to naturally learn it. He tilted his head at her and asked, how? Before a piece of cloth struck him in the face. He looked bewildered as he caught it before it could fall. Cover your eyes and stand still. He put on the blindfold because he trusted her and knew she wouldn't do anything to hurt him. Okay, now I'm going to spin you around and you have to figure out which way is north. Sweating, he said, really? Yup, she said, her voice sounding very happy. Fine. He was violently whirled in what seemed like 20 circles as soon as he consented, and he probably would have puked if it weren't for Gamer's body. Well, which direction is north? He tried to feel the answer in his soul, but nothing came to him. He sighed and pointed in a random direction, raising his hand, hearing nothing but Akito's playing, before a notification appeared in front of his blacked-out vision. New ability developed, Astral Guidance LVL, Max. Regardless of the circumstances, always know which way is north. You've gained the following stat points because of your incredible luck. +1 luck. How did you correctly guess that? It was more of an irate cry to the sky than a true question. With a slight smile on his face, he removed the blindfold and asked, is there anything else I can learn? He was currently returning to shore and leveling up his new skill, swimming, which gave him a nice boost of +20% to swim speed, so it wasn't a good idea to tease her. She had given him a sickly smile and sent him hurtling toward the open ocean. With the speed boost and his natural swimming speed, he arrived at shore rather easily. Aki, Sei, and Leg were waiting for him on the shore, and Akito, perched on top of Leg, waved and yelled, see anything scary? He looked at her bewilderedly, saying, no. Was I meant to? Siren sighed and turned to leave, but Akito simply grinned and said, she said we're going back home. She pushed Leg to follow her sister, and Izuku followed, saying, I think you made her mad. Akito hugged Leg, who crawled back into the forest up a tree, and then ran up to him and hugged him before running into the portal that took her home. Siren opened 2 portals for them, and they passed through one of them. He looked around the area he was in and saw something strange in the mountain, and he sighed that wasn't a long journey. He entered his room through the portal and said, I have to admit, that's pretty handy. He glanced at the clock and saw that it was 3 a.m., more than 6 hours had passed, but they had only been there for 2 or 3 hours. What should he do before getting ready for school? He glanced at his computer and contemplated whether to continue the coding, which had started out as a way to pass the time and boost his int. Perhaps I should find something else to do. He took a seat and began looking. New capabilities developed. See below. After 2 months. Izuku lay on the ground, staring up at the training dome's ceiling, certain that he would be in a coma at this very moment if he didn't have Gamer's body. All Might had been given a real training schedule by Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead. He couldn't really explain it, but it was a mix of repetitive physical training and mind-numbing torture. It wasn't all bad, though. He had gained some skills to max level or very high up, and his stats had increased significantly. The bad thing about this, though, was exactly what Kat had warned him about. After a certain point, his stat gains slowed to the point where a 10-hour workout only earned him 2 or 3 points. With a sigh, he sat up and examined his current predicament. Eraserhead stood atop a box with a view of the arena, and although his stats were a little high, they weren't nearly as high as those of a pro. According to Say, a typical pro hero would have about 500 or 400 in most stats, while his were mostly in the mid-200s, with the exception of his mental stats, which were in the high 100s. He was currently receiving agility and spell training. Eraser claimed to have devised a plan for him during the final months of school, and he had completed all the coursework required to graduate from middle school early, giving him a lot more free time. Gamer made it much simpler, allowing him to memorize information flawlessly and to avoid self-doubt. He was told that he would be stuck with them for the next few months until the entrance exam, and he had no idea what was going to happen other than that they were waiting for a taxi and that he would be dropped off with someone who would teach him how to use his quirk. The teacher hadn't moved since the beginning, and each time he came close, he was thrown several feet away, so he hurried back to Eraserhead, avoiding the scarf, the goal of his training being to tag him. Yes, he was playing a kid's game with a professional hero, who was attacking him. They've been doing this since he arrived, which was a little more than an hour ago. He tried to continue running after dodging the side swipe, but he was unable to do so, and his right foot was pulled out from under him, causing him to face plant. He sighed into the ground and forced himself to get off the box, where Aizawa was on the phone. "Taxi is here," he said, hanging up and taking his scarf off his ankle. "We'll be there in a minute. We must leave." He nodded and hurried to get his belongings. Silently, they made their way to the main entrance, and he soon discovered that the teacher was merely assisting because he thought All Might was a bad teacher, with which Izuku had to somewhat agree, and no offense to the number one, but he wasn't fit to teach at the moment. Nezu and All Might were talking as they approached the front gate, and Nezu waved to let the other know they were there. When All Might waved, he waved back, saying, "I'm sorry to keep you." "No issue, my boy," he said, giving him the thumbs up. "Are you thrilled?" "It would be much more if I knew where I was going," Izuku said, nodding. All Might grinned and said, "You'll know soon enough," in response to Aizawa's huff. "Got it all. Double-checked this morning." He nodded once more. "Now, Izuku, you're heading to a location that you can't discuss with a regular person. Don't leave either, including portals. Do the girls not know?" Nezu was the one. "Yes, sir," he replied with a smile. They agreed to not try and find me. They had been trying to help him level up to 20 for the past few weeks, but it was very slow because they couldn't enter a dungeon. They tried another one after the first one, but it was much harder than usual. All of the enemies they faced had high magic resistance, so Izuku had to do most of the work, but the 2 minutes it took for a mend was terrifying. It was like facing multiple Shadow Knights at once. As a result, they had stuck to farming outside dungeons and simply went exploring more. There were no words to express the excitement he was feeling at the moment about his own quirk, a one that wasn't given to him and one that, if Aki and Sei were any indication, shouldn't need to be level at a being level 18 and on the verge of level 19. There, you'll be honing your skills, sparring with others won't happen frequently, and you'll be on your own most of the time. Aizawa handed him an envelope and said, "Give this to the person who will be meeting you." He thanked the three, pocketed it, and said, "I appreciate all that you have done for me over the past few months. I'll make sure it's worth the effort." With a head pat, All Might said, "Make sure you do, my boy. See you soon, Midoriya." Eraserhead sighed. Must be going into the country," he thought as he got into the taxi and watched Ua vanish behind the horizon. Your ability to strike objects with any object, including yourself, is known as dexterity. It represents your hand-eye coordination and influences nearly every fighting style you come across. There is no mathematical formula for throwing a punch. It is entirely dependent on luck, chance, and a host of other variables. You can use this stat to work with your hands and create masterpieces, though it's not as helpful. Dex will assist with painting, lock-picking, and woodworking. On the reverse side of the page, it's a lie. Although there is a formula to calculate hit chance, it is true that luck does play a part. Additionally, whether or not someone will take you seriously will either increase or decrease the likelihood. Therefore, the formula cannot be determined with certainty, but it is not solely dependent on chance and luck. But it's always worth raising Dex. "Hey, kid, we're here." Izuku almost jumped out of his skin because he had fallen asleep and the entire trip had been completely silent. He thanked the driver, hurriedly gathered his belongings, and exited. The driver turned around and waved, and he watched. He wasn't impressed by his surroundings, which included a somewhat dilapidated bus stop. It was encircled by trees and in the middle of nowhere. The bus stop itself consisted of just a sign and a bench with a roof over it. He sat down and waited since he had nothing better to do. After 20 minutes, he was bored because he was not permitted to use a phone during the journey. He would exercise, but he intended to do so after arriving at his destination. He tried to fall asleep while listening to the sounds of nature, saving his energy and other things. It must have been 5 or 10 minutes before he heard an engine. As I looked up, I saw a car speeding down the road at 130 kilometers per hour. He gathered his belongings and prepared to leap out of the way. Just in front of him, the car skidded and turned around to stop. A female leapt from the vehicle. She was a little taller than him and had brown reddish hair. She gave him a bow. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. I wasn't paying attention to the time." Izuku made a desperate attempt to dismiss the apology by saying, "It's fine, I didn't mind." She re-emerged and said, "My name is Sosaki. You are Midoriya, are you not?" In response, he bowed and said, "Nice to meet you, and yes it is." "Well, get in, daylight is wasting," she said as she walked back to the car and opened the passenger door before getting inside herself. He threw his belongings in the back seat and hopped into the passenger seat so she wouldn't have to wait. "So how much were you told?" she asked him after she started. "Not much, honestly, they kept it mostly secret." "Sorry about that, it was under my request. Also they did tell you what was expected of you, yes?" she said, laughing a little strangely. "Alright, let me explain. First, are you okay with cleaning?" The woman sighed as Izuku shook his head. "Yes," with an eyebrow raised. "Then you should be okay. In return for housing you for a few weeks, you'll be cleaning the housing unit and kitchen. After you clean, you are more than welcome to train as much as you want. Pixie can even help you if you want. Tiger will probably want to help you too." Pixie, Tiger, where have I previously heard those names? What is your hero name? Are you part of a group? He asked, glancing at her. "Did they seriously not tell you anything?" She sighed once more. He gave a headshake. "So you got into a car without knowing about the person?" she asked, casting an incredulous glance at him. With a little laugh, he scratched his cheek and said, "I don't exactly feel fear, so I didn't even think of doubting it." "That your quirk? Seems pretty weird you'd be sent to us if that's it. You brought the envelope, didn't you?" "Yeah, it's in my bag." With a nod, "When we get there, I'll look over it. Also my hero name is Mandalay." It came together. "You're the leader of the wild pussycats." "Correct," laughed Sosaki. "You guys are amazing. I've watched a couple of your mountain rescues before. Happy to know we're not unknowns," she said with a smile. "Heroes like Endeavor and Hawks are really cool, but rescue heroes are in a class of their own. It's one thing to defeat a villain, but to be able to save a whole village from a volcanic explosion is another." She cracked up. "Thanks for the compliment. I'm guessing your favorite hero is All Might though." "How did you know?" he asked, cocking his head. His All Might duffel bag was in the backseat, and she thumbed toward it. "Oh, yeah, he's a personal hero. Him, along with another person, are the reason I'm able to become a hero." "Mom?" she asked with a smile. Izuku nodded. "I love my mom, and she is a hero to me. But I didn't develop a quirk until about 3 to 4 months ago, so she didn't support me becoming a hero." "Well, you can't blame her. I may not be a mother, but I am a caretaker. I wouldn't support Kota if he didn't have a quirk. I doubt he'd want to be a hero though." She murmured the final sentence. "Kota," she replied, "he's my brother's kid. His parents died when he was younger and I've been taking care of him since." "Heroes." Another smile. "They died defending a town from a serial killer. They went out in a way that any hero would be proud of, but Kota resents them for it. So when you first meet, don't hold it against him. He'll probably ignore you, or say something mean." They traveled through a road bordered by forests in silence. And were here. It finally came to an end and opened up into a clearing. A 2-story building, an outdoor dining pavilion, and a respectably sized house were all located within the clearing. The team lives in the house. The larger building is used by the school to house students for summer camp. You're going to be cleaning it for a few hours a day, after that you have free reign. Come take you stuff in. He followed her inside after retrieving his belongings from the back seat. He noticed a woman entering through the front door, a Pixie. Kota, speaking to a young boy. "We're home." Pixie brightened as the two turned to face them. Kota walked up to the second floor with his arms crossed. She moved about 3 inches away from his face, and he felt the heat rise. "Don't mind him, He's just a little upset. I'm Tsuchikawa. Midoriya Izuku. Let's fight. Where are Tiger and Rag? Sosaki asked, tossing Pixie away from him. She got up and said, they went to get food for the next few weeks. Oh, let me text them. He turned to say, Pixie will show you to your room, hand me the envelope before you go. With a nod, he reached into his bag and took it out for her. He took it from him, then walked away, trailing Pixie. Pixie led him into what was essentially another living room of the basement. The main room had 3 doors that led off of it. She led him to the right-hand door and opened it. There was a closet, a small wooden desk, and a bed in the corner of the plain room. She gave him a wink, which made him flush again, but she turned back to face the main floor. This is your room, the one across is Rag Doll's, the other is empty. The main floor has Tiger's room, and the top floor belongs to Mandalay, Kota, and me. Need anything, don't be afraid to ask. He gathered himself and proceeded to the closet, where he emptied the clothes into the dresser. The next few months will be quite demanding. He walked back out and up to the main living room, where the bed was already made and he had only his clothes in his duffel bag to put away. Sitting at the dining table, Mandalay and Pixie examined the documents that were undoubtedly in the envelope. What are those about anyway? Just my quirk. With a broad smile on her face, Pixie hurried him outside, saying, You me, outside now. Mandalay followed her as she picked him up and led him outside. She put him down, leapt back a few feet, and drew her claws. Ready? Any rules? He asked, raising his fists. Don't damage the house or car, she said with a smile. Mandalay said, or any of the buildings, I'd rather not have to deal with the furniture everywhere. Grunting, Pixie said, Fine. Ready Izuku. Even though the first name he heard made him flush, he nodded. Without hesitation, she ran towards him and slashed at his midsection. He could tell she wasn't a heavy frontline fighter, even though she was as quick as midnight. He took a step back to avoid the attack, raised his knee, and attempted to retaliate but struck rock. She used the surprise to her advantage and hit him with a left hook. Stumbling back, he turned to face her. Her clothing, cat gloves, and body were all covered in a layer of rock. She was still grinning and said, Bring it Zuku, show me your potential. She was much less flirtatious and much more enjoyable to battle than Midnight, he had to admit. Grinning, he prepared a spell. Frost Giant's Spear. A little taller than he was, a weapon formed of cold radiating ice appeared out of thin air. I see you have an ice up your sleeve. Much worse than Midnight, he moaned. He prepared another spell, threw the spear in front of him, and charged her. Pillars of Hell. The spear broke against her armor, and she called forth a huge golem that encased her in its chest as she saw the tiny fire disk approaching. The disk landed beneath her and went off, but the golem appeared to be unaffected. The golem likely weighed 2 or 3 tons and was easily 5 meters tall. Spells were nearly useless against it, and none of his abilities would help. Electricity, ice, and fire all had no effect. After using it for the first time, he discovered that necromancy was also out. Aizawa, who was jumping all over him during their spar, had chosen to try to pin him with Reaper's cage. Aizawa was taken aback but not upset. Quirks that dealt with death and viscera, he had claimed, are unjustly viewed as evil. Necromancy spells were therefore prohibited unless they were absolutely required. His only option was one for all, so he charged his left hand and aimed for the right leg. His shout and the blow connected, and although the leg was blown off, it returned almost immediately. He was kicked hard before he could get away, and his right hand was broken. He was hurled through a tree as his ribs cracked. Emergency aid, he said, touching his left hand. All right, 11 uses left for the left hand. As he ran back in, he encountered a new issue. It seems that Pixie Bob is capable of building structures. He could probably use his fingers against them because they were smaller than the golem. It was not a pleasant tactic, nor did it facilitate the use of his quirk. Using his right hand's fingers, he charged forward toward the golem. After clearing his way, he charged with one for all with his right foot. It was insignificant to hit the golem because it was undoubtedly slower than Pixie Bob. Since he genuinely didn't want to harm her, he attempted to aim for the location where he knew she wasn't. The kick struck something far harder than rock, but it still landed and broke through the rock. When he turned to face the spot where his foot had fallen, a gleaming hue met his eyes. Is that metal? According to everything I've read about her, she has some degree of ground control, which apparently applied to ore as well. He landed on his face after spinning to the ground. Rock covered him as soon as he hit the ground. Perched on the ground, he yelled, "I give." He heard the sound of stone rumbling and caught a glimpse of the construction sinking back into the earth. He became free when the earth around him reverted to its original state. Spar hole. The following is what you have gained. +1 STR. +1 drawback. +1 dex. +1 agi. +1 int. You've also earned 3000 experience points. Level 11 of One for All has been attained. Click to enlarge. Are you okay? Using his still healing hand, he flipped himself over and saw Mandalay standing above him. Too near. He closed his eyes to suppress his vision as he stammered out, "Yeah, just give me a few minutes to heal." He could feel his face turning red. As she approached, he closed his eyes more tightly and heard her snicker. That's helpful. You pack quite a punch, don't ya?" she said. "Okay," he said as he opened his eyes and felt the ground pinch him. He was carried back to the house by Pixie, who had made a bed out of dirt. She concluded with a smile and a wink, saying, "You have a potential kid, not much experience obviously, but give you a year or two of actual hero training and I'll be much more interested." He cast the spell by touching his right hand while closing his eyes once more. They had been discussing his quirk and how he was training its various properties for the past hour. He was okay with All Might, Eraserhead, and the principal lying about his quirk and claiming that it was a grab bag quirk with several properties. They had devised a complex scheme to acclimate his body to One for All punches. Eraserhead had already devised a strategy for that, Izuku noted. Just before going to bed, he had to use every bone and finger he could. Since he couldn't sleep at UA, he couldn't typically do this at home. "How does your regeneration work anyhow? I've never heard of an instant heal quirk before," replied Pixie. "It's not instant but it feels like it. I have to get 8 hours of sleep for it to go off." "Does it need to be sleep, or just lying down?" He read through Gamer's body while pondering the prompt windows. "Sleep. Pretty sure I need to be unconscious for it to go off. It's never gone off before 8 hours before. No, it doesn't work unless it's precisely 8 hours, he said, shaking his head. Mandalay murmured, "Then there's no way to train that. What about the ice and fire quirks? The ice weapon I can summon just seems to get bigger if I use it enough. Maybe I can put a little variation on it but probably not enough to make a new level of it. How many times can you use it?" Maybe 20 times before I run out of my pool." "Pool?" she asked, tilting her head at him. He replied, "Yeah, all of my element-based quirks draw from the same pool. So if I use up the pool, I can't use the others. So we have to increase the pool. What happens if it runs out? Does it increase it?" she said, placing a hand to her chin. He nodded. "If it runs out I get a massive headache that puts me out of commission. So far the only thing I've found that increases the pool is training my mental strength." "Well, that will be difficult. We can probably work something out, but my team is more focused on physical training. How did you feel about the strength boost you used before? Is the pool affected by that?" He nodded. "No, that just seems to break my bones whenever I use it. That will probably be the easiest one to train honestly, but my healing also uses up the pool. Therefore, expanding the pool comes first. How about the entry about adopting the peculiarities of others? I can't completely take a quirk, but I can take a bit of it. I also need to know how to use the quirk I take. Try it on me. All you have to do to use it is think out loud and concentrate on one or more people. Just concentrate on me for the moment." He held out his hand and said, "All right." In return, she extended her hand to take his. He sensed the pull of transference the moment her hand touched him. He pulled in the quirk and let it feed. Quirk incorporated. Level 5 telepathic empathy. Click to enlarge. He said out loud as he met her eyes, "Hello." He felt as though he was drowning in yellow right away. He felt orange swallow him. "I really didn't think that would work, sorry." "It's okay, but what was that?" he said, shaking his head to get rid of the emotion. "It feels like a wave sweeping over you when a particular emotion takes over. Dealing with fear or hate is not enjoyable or simple, but you eventually grow accustomed to it." He shivered a little as a mixture of red and blue overcame him. "I can only imagine connecting to multiple people in the middle of a major rescue operation, so much fear. It's a necessary part of the job, but it's not enjoyable." He blinked as the quirk picked that precise moment to expire. It took him a moment to realize that she was still looking at him and that their hands were still in contact. He listened to snickering and quickly pulled away. He noticed that Tiger and Ragdoll, whom he thought they were, had returned when he looked to his left. "We interrupting anything?" she asked, her smile making him uneasy. He stammered as he tried to think of a response. No, just practicing his quirk. He can use the quirks of other people, and I wanted to test it." Tiger started putting things away as he passed them on his way to the kitchen. Ragdoll looked at Mandalay and said, "Oh, I'm sure, but looking into each other's eyes and holding hands, when you're by yourself doesn't seem like training." He glanced at Pixie Bob, who had reportedly departed while they were conversing. Though he could hardly see her slightly flushed cheeks, Mandalay appeared to take it in stride. Shrugging, she responded, "When he took my quirk, and used it on me, the feedback was double compared to what I normally feel. As for Pixie, she must have gotten bored and left, I wasn't paying attention." After giggling, Rag approached him and said, "Nice to meet ya, I'm Shiratoko, but you can call me Rag." A huge hand touched his shoulder. Tiger was staring down at him from behind his back as he looked up. Looking at Mandalay, he said, Chitora, or Tiger work for me." "Has he been tested?" he asked. She replied, "He did well for freshly trained kid, and is decent enough to become a student." Pixie wiped the floor with him. Tiger gave a nod. "Good, I'd hate to have to give her another training session." "This is obviously the main front-line trainer," Izuku spit out. "Did you start cleaning yet?" Tiger asked, casting his gaze back down at him. He gave a headshake. Tiger walked toward the main building, picked him up, and held him under his arm. "You're going to finish cleaning so we can get to training ASAP." "Got it." He nodded and did the only thing he could. "Got it." They proceeded down the left corridor after passing through the main lobby. It came to an end at a door leading into a stairwell. "Supply closet is down the stairs, and if you need anything else, or fresh supplies, write a list, one of us will head to town for them." Tiger left Izuku alone after putting him down like a toddler. He began his work with a sigh to himself. Acquired new skills. The list is below. To be honest, he had never considered learning skills through cleaning. He was always eager to return to training after cleaning for school. He had developed the skills necessary to complete this much more quickly by taking his time and attempting to clean flawlessly. Since he wasn't doing much else, the skills were also leveling out fairly steadily. "You do know you have like 6 months to spend here, right? There's no need to try and clean the whole place in a single go." Pixie Bob was leaning against the wall when he turned to face it. "It's all right, I don't need sleep and I don't get tired. I want to get this done as soon as possible, so I can spend more time training." With a sly smile, Pixie said, "Lucky lady." It dawned on him as he cocked his head toward her. First midnight, now Pixie. Really? He felt the temperature rise in his cheeks and resumed cleaning. After chuckling, Pixie turned to return to the house. A little more than an hour later, the corridors on the main floor were cleaned. The first room had to be cleaned. He opened the door to a faintly sweet scent that must have come from a girl. Fortunately for him, even high school students showed consideration for their hosts, and the room only needed to be cleaned. The first room was finished 30 minutes later. The scent of flowers welcomed him as he entered the second room. "I must be in the dorm for the girls." A new ability was developed. Passive Scent LVL, 1 XP, 0.00%. You can now tell people apart by scent and have the same sense of smell as a dog. At the moment, you can only detect day-old odors. As you advance in level, this will increase. Weather can also wash away scents. Maximum fragrance age, 1 day. Fantastic. Now, it will be even worse if I enter a room with an unpleasant odor. He sighed to himself and carried on with his work. After 2 hours. How can dogs accomplish this? Sweat and a rotten egg were the smells of dirty socks. 4 hours later. Despite being greatly slowed down by the odors, he was still able to complete the remaining rooms and the 2 classrooms on the main floor. He was able to improve his cleaning abilities by a number of levels and even earned 5 points in res. He didn't mind that it was already dark outside. However, because of the mountains on either side of them, it was pitch black and he was in the middle of nowhere. He had been sufficiently frightened. He hurried over to the house, knocked, and went inside. The 4 professional heroes were chatting while seated around the couch. "Finished," said Tiger. Ragdoll patted the seat next to her and accepted the offer to sit down. I believe so. The last visitors didn't leave a large mess, so it was just a matter of mopping and cleaning off windows, he said, nodding. The smells were the worst part. Smells. My sense of smell is as good as a dog, makes bad smelling stuff much worse. Sweets become stronger too. The forest smells like pine sap and rain. Rag was chuckling. You'd be an amazing tracker. Any other tracking skills? Thinking about it briefly, I can track a wild animal through a forest, or a person through a city. It's not really tracking, but I have perfect recollection, so I never forget what a person looks like. She chuckled. Doesn't count but makes it so much more helpful. Grinning, he said, thanks. According to Mandalay, we were just talking about the students from last week. No one promising enough to do a double take at, but they have strong futures, said Pixie Bob, stretching and yawning. How long have you worked for the school? I didn't even know you were staff till today. 6, 7 years, Pixie asked, turning to face Mandalay. 5, or do you want to be older? With a hint of fear in her eyes, Pixie said, nope. 5 works for me. Izuku chuckled in his mind, she must be afraid of growing old. What were their quirks? Replied Ragdoll, varied, and we're not supposed to tell you. It's considered a secret unless you are actually part of the school. Sorry Zuko. He nodded. It's fine. I'll probably learn a clue or two when I actually get into UA. She slapped him on the back and said, that's the spirit. He asked, is there anything left for me to clean? Because he wanted to try to finish everything tonight. You eager to get beat up again? Pixie asked him with a sly smile. If that's what it takes, sure, he said with a smile. She shared Tiger's and Rag's laughter. Kid, this is going to be a fun few months. In response, Mandalay said, the dining pavilion and the bathhouses still need to be cleaned. Is that everything? She replied, after those are done you have free reign. The only other thing I'll ask you to do is watch Kota when we go out on missions. Oh, sure. That sounds fair. How often do you leave? Depends on when we're needed, she shrugged. So want to level your borrowing quirk? Asked Ragdoll, glancing at him. I'd really like to, but it takes forever for me to regain a use of it. Right now it takes almost a full day to recharge. We'll have to let you try tomorrow. For right now though, Tiger said to him, you can either start cleaning again or you can spar with me. With haste, he said, spar. He received a few smiles. I'll clean afterwards. Tiger got up and said, fine by me kid. Izuku went out after him. They left with the rest of the group. No powers, fight me hand to hand, got it? He gave a nod. Good, go. Tiger lunged at him and struck him with an open palm. He attempted to punch the hero in the stomach but missed. He had been kneed in the sternum by Tiger, who had raised his knee. He was able to counterattack because the blow was not having its usual effect. Using the dance moves that Akito had made him learn, he attempted a leg kick. Tiger grabbed his leg and threw him a few meters away after spotting the telegraphed attack. Try to dodge and get behind him instead of looking this way. With an eyebrow raised, Mandalay. Izuku rolled beneath Tiger as it charged at him, attempting to reach the back of his legs rather than avoiding it. Tiger was knocked to one knee after a brief jab to the back of one knee, but he was far from finished and gave Izuku a very powerful kick. He got a prompt and was thrown face down on the ground. New statuses. Concussion. 25% reduction in all mental and physical abilities. Broken nose. Temporarily blocked sense skill. OWWW. That's what he felt. He had forgotten how awful feeling was after having Gamer's body for a while. He stumbled to his knees and began by applying emergency aid to his head. He felt dizzy and his vision was fuzzy. He was encircled by the 4 heroes as the spell performed its literal magic. Ragdoll asked, are you okay? With a slight slur, he gave a thumbs up and said, yup. Mandalay said, he'll be fine in a couple minutes. I apologize, I didn't anticipate that he would go all out. His voice was very nasal. I'll be fine in a few minutes. Can we keep going? He said. Tiger grinned, sure kid. I like your gusto. Don't try that move again though. Try something more you. He glanced at Mandalay, and you. No helping. Not only are you quicker than him, but you know how I fight. Hee. Sorry. Promise I won't help. Mandalay grinned remorsefully. Much. Izuku talked for a few minutes while he recovered. You good to go? He glanced at his stamina and HP and nodded. I'm good. They stood up and separated, each taking a position. All right, kid, you have to move quickly because you could be eliminated by a single blow. Bob and weave, then. Ready. With a nod, he engaged dodge. Dodge turned on. Chittori Yuara as the target. Dodge increase of 15%. Tiger launched an open palm attack on him right away. Izuku jumped slightly to the left, out of the way of his free left hand, relying on his speed. He attempted to punch himself, but the elbow aimed at his shoulder deflected it. Not unprepared, but caught off guard. With his other hand raised, Izuku attempted to block as much force as he could. He followed the momentum and rolled back onto his feet when it made contact. He lunged at Tiger and attempted a few brief jabs, but none of them were successful. The hero used his absurdly thick forearm to swipe. Passed the skill check. Combat reflexes gained 1 level. To avoid the blow by a hair, Izuku leaned backward. He launched a kick up at Tiger's head using his own momentum. It failed to connect, but no counterattack occurred. That allowed him to leap back a little and get ready for another attack. How about we take it up a notch and use our quirks? Said Tiger, grinning broadly as he stood up straight. Nodding and grinning, Izuku said, only if you're okay with losing. Be ready to taste dirt, kid, said Tiger, with a wild smile. Tiger went for a jump and leapt at him. Izuku ducked the first blow, but he was caught off guard when the arm came slithering full force at him. In addition to pushing a foot back, that punch broke his nose once more. He cast the regen spell quickly and got ready to attack. For him, the past 2 months had not been easy. He trained in several combat styles under Eraserhead, and he was now 100% proficient in each. His own combat style, however, was what he was most proud of. Level of unarmed combat, 14 XP, 74.2%. Punches can be thrown by anyone, but attacking with any part of them requires skill. Your STR plus dex is dealt 52.5% by unstylized unarmed attacks. Combat styles, fundamental boxing, 100%. 89% in intermediate boxing. 100% basic judo. Judo intermediate, 47%. Fundamental tai chi, 100%. Night burst basic, 40%. Night burst style, 40% progress. Use your STR and res to inflict damage while putting all of your energy into your attacks and taking hits like the shield you are. 40% STR plus 20% res is the basic formula. Prior to using any other upgrades, abilities, or buffs, reduce incoming damage by 20%. The style was developed by Izuku Midoriya. He was forced to make up moves on his own and employ them frequently since there was no way to learn a style that didn't exist outside of him. This was his, even though his other side was stronger. However, Akito gave it a name. He blasted toward Tiger, who wasn't prepared for the speed, while charging his left toes with one for all. He swung his prepared punch at Tiger, who caught it with his outstretched forearm. In keeping with his style, he returned the punch that was thrown at him. He knew his hand was broken when the force pushed him back. Nearly broken, but not. As soon as he landed, Tiger hurried him and didn't slow down. With one for all, Izuku dodged and blocked the attack, then struck the hero in the stomach with his fractured hand. Smash! The attack appeared to hit, and Tiger was unaffected as the wind pushed away and passed the hero toward the sky. Leap back. He leapt back, using the toes of his intact foot to increase his distance. Then he had to try to catch Tiger after noticing that his other arm had grown longer. Not bad, kid, you need to get a lot faster if you want to get a hit in though. You okay to keep going? Izuku checked his status updates. Along with a hand, both feet are deemed broken. He could only dodge one attack at a time. He would now have to launch a full-scale assault or surrender. He nodded, knowing he had a chance of getting a hit in, but he wouldn't call himself arrogant. He leapt back in, charging his foot. He hoped to use a feint, charging his other leg with one for all. Tiger blocked the feint, either by ignoring it or allowing it to happen, and was hit with a charged blow to the legs. To Izuku's dismay, it went off, and Tiger's legs twisted outward and stretched thin to evade the attack. Tiger's arm encircled his leg, and Izuku made a choice as a punch was delivered to his face. He charged one for all into his skull, ignoring common sense. He swung his head forward and made contact as the punch flew straight at his face. He was rendered unconscious by the attack, so he was unable to observe the outcomes. Against her mentor's instincts, Mandalay was impressed when Izuku threw his head toward Tiger's fist and managed to land a hit. He went limp and hung swaying from Tiger's leg lock, so it didn't help. Tiger smiled broadly and exuded orange, saying, "Pixie. The kid shows more promise and more plus ultra than any student from this year's first years." Pixie smiled artificially and said, "Yeah. Green. You're training against him tomorrow." Yellow exclaimed, "What, why? He needs to fight more people than just me to train his fighting style." "You should be fine. I doubt he can punch through metal, probably scent but not enough to harm you." He glanced at her. "You did say he can heal other people, right?" She said with a nod, "Correct." He turned to face Pixie, who was glowing a shade of purple and orange. "See, no harm done, even if he did manage to hit you." "Do I have to?" Blue asked, letting out a moan and tossing her head back. "Yes, it will not only help him but you too." Throwing her arms up, she said, "Fine," and started to return to the house. She gave off a green vibe. "Is he going to be okay?" asked Tiger, prodding Izuku. Rag Doll remarked, "It looks like it. He has a concussion, both hands are broken and both feet are pretty bad. Other than that though, he doesn't seem to have any other physical weaknesses." She was shocked and asked, "Really? Everyone had some weakness, whether it was a weak tooth, a slightly weak liver, or a heart that skipped a beat every hour. That someone would have none at all was odd, nearly unthinkable." Rag Doll was dripping dark purple. "Is it bad? I kinda want to watch his healing quirk go off." She asked. "Yes, it sounds morbid and creepy. You want to watch him sleep." With a pout, she made her way back to the house. Mandalay trailed behind Tiger as he began to follow her. He turned around as they got close to the front door and said, "You said you wouldn't help him." "How did he know?" she said, her voice catching in her throat. "I only offered him one clue. But I think he should practice against you with you telegraphing your moves. It will help him learn to fight like a pro." With a sigh of relief, she said to herself, "That sounds fine. We can work on it the day after tomorrow." Her senses were flooded with green as Tiger nodded and went through the door, but not before turning to face her. "Also, that was a nice blonde dodge, wasn't it?" she asked. "Damn, sorry. I just wanted to see him fight longer." By shrugging, Tiger said, "I think we'll see a lot more of that in the time to come."
I will continue this story in next part. Till then, bye bye.